Hello, welcome. So in today's video, we are building our own Next.js boilerplate or Next.js starter kit. So most of the times when you have a new client, you always do the same thing, design the same components, do the same components in most of the projects. You design the hero section, the header section, the footer, and so many other sections that always based in other projects. So in today's video, we are taking all the concepts we have been learning so far from different videos and we are combining them into this one to build one of the best starter kits on the internet for Next.js. And here is the finished product. So if you look at the hero section, is looking absolutely amazing, right? It has all these nice stuff. It has this button which has this beam running. If you scroll down, we have the comparison section, which is looking nice. Then we have the stacked cards, which are changing. And then we have this image with a beam running over it. Then we have this features section. So this is like a features section. It has like this. When you click on the active one, you have like an image here. And when you click on this, you even have a video. Okay. So we have also the video which you can link talking about the SaaS product you have built. And then we have the pricing section looking amazing. So clean, a clean design. Really, I love it. And then we have these FAQs, amazing. And then we have here this CTA section, which is also looking so amazing. And of course, the footer. So this is the landing page done so well, so clean, and it is really nice. So we built this, of course, together from scratch. And then if you just go, you see here there is go to dashboard. So if I click to go to dashboard, you see I'm taken to the authentication. So we have not only just designed the authentication, but we have these beautiful form inputs ranging from radio input, select input, all different types of form inputs. We have reusable components that we have put in this starter kit. Now, on the authentication, we have both this normal one, the login with credentials, and we have also login with Google plus login or sign up with GitHub. So this is so cool. Plus, of course, the registration is the same thing. So we can just like register a new user here very fast. And let's change the password of this user. Let's also just look at the email. Okay. I'm just going to give this login at 10:26. Let me copy the email, Control C, go ahead and sign up. Very cool, very cool. Command collected, login 2026 and sign in, boom. So you sign in very nicely. This is so nice. If you go back here on this, you see that you have this logged in user. Let's log out and let's go back to the login. And this time, let's use a Google account. Now, for the Google account, it's the same thing. Like if you sign up on the login, it's the same thing. Let's try using this Google. So I'm just going to use one of these. I'm just going to use Colin. And then just scroll down here, continue. Okay, and this is loading, and you can see I've been redirected to the dashboard. If I go back to this, you can see I have Colin here logged in. So this is so cool. Now we can even try Google. Actually, you can just go ahead and log out this person here. And let's try the last one, which is actually Google. I don't know if you saw that loader. I'm just going to talk about it in a second, but if I just use here GitHub, just going to say GitHub, and you see it also just redirects here because I already just listed it, and you can see now I'm logged in using GitHub. So we have all of them working. Now I can just go to dashboard and I show you some cool things. So we have, first of all, added in data table. So let me just show you the data table. So if you click here, of course, we have the nice dashboard. As you can see it here, we added in a data table that you can replicate in all other models. It is reusable. That data table is reusable over all the modules. You can use it, reuse it the way you want. Okay, I'm just going to click on this here. Let me just like maybe open it in the new tab. Okay, so you can see here. By the way, are you seeing this loader? I'm just going to talk about it in a second. But you can see here we have this. So this is a data table with all these filters, the pagination. You can have range filters, date filters. All these ones are inside this amazing stuff. You have even the search. You can just say electronics and the search is working. Okay, so we have also the form. As I've said, we added all the form inputs in this starter kit. Okay, it is fully packed. As I've said, it has all the forms, all the form inputs you want, including text area, even query editor, plus even the image input. You can see all these ones are working so nicely. Okay, I can just get here anything here to upload. Let me just click on this image like so, and I just say here test category, and then just say here test description, just like this. I'm just going to go ahead and save this, and look at this, so clean, so cool, and you know, man, this is just really good. So if we have added this, okay, now I'm just, of course, we have other pages. Like if you went to products and this page does not exist, let's just look for the one which doesn't exist. I think, okay, products is there. I just want to get like orders. Okay, so we have also a for page, of course. And the what else do we have? So we have also the animations. So you saw when we just click here, we have this loader animation, this animation, we're just using lottie animations. Okay, we are using lottie files. These are like very cool animations that are lightweight, more than even svgs, are the one we are using for the animations. As you can see, it has all these nice component within. So thank you. If you want to see how we are building this from scratch, let's jump in and get started. Hello everyone. In today's video, we are going to build our own Next.js starter kit. I don't know if you have experienced this as you're working on a new client, you are onboarding them, and you want to start. We always start with the same things, putting them in the application. You want to put the header, the footer, the hero section. You want to put some things, like you find that it is the same pattern over for every new project that you put. You install shard, you put the dark mode, and you know it is the same pattern you do all the time. Okay, and you have seen these days there is a trend with the starter kits, things like ship fast. You have seen from this guy, I think he has sold like he is one of the best sellers of all time in his starter kit. And we might not build the one that is comprehensive like him, but we just like want to build the one, really, me personally, I would want to be using in my own project. I don't have to start the project all the time. You find every time you are doing exactly the same thing over. It is really so hectic. Like you spend about maybe 10 hours just like setting up the basic things like the hero section, the footer, navigation, setting up the dashboard and everything to be looking like a static before you start on executing the actual idea. So I think we're just going to be inspired by some of these templates or some of these starter templates, and we're going to build ours that is somehow like that can help you just right away start. It is something I would really love to when I'm just like building my application. I would just want to get something I can jump in and I get started already. Okay, so we're just going to start by creating a new project. Okay, I don't know how long this is going to take, but bear with me. We're just going to start. We're going to have some help in some few components here and there, but we will see how long it will take to build it. But it would have saved us most of the time as you are starting a new project. You don't have to start from scratch, right? So I will just go here and I'm just going to open this in VS Code, and I will just go ahead and open terminal. And on this terminal, I'm just going to write npx. Now, I would have created it in pnpm, but I realize like most people want to use npm and sort of like people are used with. So I'm just going to build it in npm, and you can always switch to pnpm. So I'm just going to say npx create next app, and I'm just going to just call this Next.js starter kit. Okay, so let's just go ahead and answer some of these questions, and then as you can see, we're installing 14. We want to put TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind, and this is app directory, and then this. Okay, so you're installing this. So the first thing that you would want to start adding is right away is going to shard, and you add a couple of things. The first one, of course, is dark mode. So I would first go ahead and install maybe shard, or just go to shard here. I'm just going to install shard. This. We're using npm, and let's give this a short period of time. It will be done within no time. Okay, so let's just like cd into this directory, and we open it in VS Code. So I'm just going to say cd Next.js, and let's open it here. Okay, so this is our Next.js app. So before we do it, let's just like try to add shard. Is the first thing I'm just going to add. Okay, so we're adding just going to add this. Then we're going to also go ahead and add the dark mode. Okay, so let me go back to the app. Let's use default slate and CSS variables. Yes. Okay, done. So let's just go ahead and clear this, and let me just go ahead and install Next Themes. Okay. Let's go ahead and create a theme provider in components theme provider. So copy this. I'm just going to go ahead and go in components and create a new for theme provider .tsx, and let's paste this. So we have created a theme provider. Next theme provider, let's just foresee. Can I just like copy this? Oh, okay. So this is okay. So we have this theme provider. Next is wrap your layout with this. So you can just go ahead and in your layout, and let's wrap it in the theme provider. So I'm just going to copy this and go in my layout. So in the app layout here, you can just go ahead and wherever you have children here, let me just go ahead and wrap it in the theme provider. Okay, just like this. And then finally add the mod toggle. So you can just say, I'm just going to copy this, and I can just add a mod toggle in also components. And you can just add like mod toggle .tsx, tsx, just like this. Okay, so if you can see, we need to install a couple of components, the button plus the drop down menu. So let's go ahead and install those ones. So going back here, I'm just going to go to the components, and I just need to add, for instance, the button dot installation, and where we have this. So I'm just going to go ahead and from the button, I'm just going to add drop down menu, just like that, and let's install. I think those are the two things we need to install. Okay, so as it is installing, we can just go and link. So if I just go like in the page somewhere, and I try to use, I can just go in the page and remove everything. Okay, I'm just going to go here and I say main, and inside I can just say mod toggle, just like this, and I just run this npm run dev. Okay, and let's just go to localhost 3000 to see this. Okay, so you can see we have this mod toggle that is really working. So that is a beta starting point. So now let's just add how we can add the header, the footer, the hero section, and other things, right? So I'm just going to head to this documentation here. This is my own documentation I've created over time to help me over different things. Okay, so you can just search for reusable, I guess, or I just always just search for a query editor, something like. I'm just going to search for here under Next.js. You can search for reusable something here, reusable components. So you can just go on reusable components. I think let's just go in the light mode. Okay, so just going here on reusable components, and you can see there is general installation like installing shad and lucid. We have also finished installing the dark mode. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead. It seems there is some. Just a second. Okay, so onto this page. For reusable components, we are going to use some of these reusable components in this project so that it helps us really get started very fast. So the first thing I want to add is a header, as you can see here. So I'm just going to copy this and I will create site header. So I will just go back to my project and I will create in components. I'm just going to create, I think, a global folder. Is it like global? I'm just going to call this like the front end because we'll have like many headers. So I'll just go here and say site site header.tsx, and let's paste this. Let's start by installing those things, the packages that we need. So the first one, as you can see, we have the button, we have the mod toggle, that one which is okay, and the button. So this we can just say add, for instance, components, okay, and then the same thing. I'm just going to add, remove this, add components, mod toggle. Okay, so we have next auth that is going to, we are going to sort add authentication at some point. So we could just go ahead and add next auth at this point. You could just go and install. I don't know if it is necessary at this point, but you can just like go ahead and let's add some of the components, including next auth also. So npm install next auth. We just use next auth for authentication, but I'm just going to install the package right now. Let me go back to shad to this. Copy this. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to start installing. We just clear this. Let me install. I'm just going to remove the button. I will install avatar. Okay. Now we have these get generate initials and so on. First, leave that one. There's logo. There is authenticated avatar. I think that's the only thing we just need right now. Just take this. Okay, so when you just look at where we used all these ones, for instance, there is this logo here. I can just remove this logo. We'll create it by ourselves. Okay, I will just go ahead here and put this to be the logo. We still have a few things we need to add. For instance, there is this avatar. and this tells you is you can just go here and just say by default the same thing here, just like this. Now we need to get this get initials function. Okay, I'm just going to go here and see how I can get I don't need the logo. I'm going to remove it, and let me see. Okay, so we can just create a logo component. Okay, I'm just going to create the logo component. Let me just bring it back from global logo. So I'll just create also another folder called global, and this is going to hold all the global components. And let's just go ahead and create the logo. Okay, just new file logo.tsx, and you can just say RFC. So if you just look at in the site header, the logo takes in a few things, and we just made it out of this very one. So just going to copy this, and let me just take back here, and I will just also add the logo just like this. Okay, so in the logo, let's go ahead and add this for now. Okay, I'm just going to call this my logo. Okay, my logo, and this is going to be next link. Okay, so if you just go back here and look at the what the logo is supposed to have, we just scroll down to the logo. Where is the logo? Where is the logo? Okay, it is here. So you can see it has href and it has this label shown. Okay, if you look at this, I'm just going to go ahead and put these things here. For instance, you can pass in the href, you can also pass in the title. So here we're just going to say type logo props, and these you can pass in the title of the logo. This is going to be a string. You can pass in href, which is a string. You can also pass in this label shown, which is going to be a boolean. Okay, so these two I'm just going to make that the title and this label, they are not required. So here I will just pass in the title, okay, comma href, comma label shown, and these of type of logo props. Okay, just like this. So you just need only pass in the href, and I will just put the href here, and then here we just put the title. Okay, and this one will only show up only if the label shown is true. So if we have label shown, then we just show the title. Otherwise, we're just going to show this. Okay, so you can just go ahead and customize this. Here you add either an icon or whatever you want to add. Okay, so the title, href, everything is being used. So go back here to this and just also copy these two and you can just go and pass them to the logo up here, this one. Okay, just like this. And we can just like also just go here and just say add components, uh, global, then we have logo, then we have the authenticated avatar plus these two stuff. So I just want to show you this authenticated avatar. So I'm just also going to go ahead and create this, copy, and I'm just going to go to components, maybe under global. Let me just add authenticated avatar.tsx rfc. So what is in this authenticated avatar? I will also create, okay, let's just first do this. So I will just go in a project I did authenticated avatar, and I look at that. So let's just go here, just authenticated avatar. Okay, this is the authenticated avatar. It simply is the drop down with a menu. So I'm just going to copy this to this authenticated avatar, and let's see what we can install. It still also accesses these initials, okay, and also has the logout button. So it also takes in the session and so on and so forth. Basically is to give us the drop down name menu and the name of the person if someone is logged in, right? So we also need the in this we need two things. We have the generate initials function in the libs. So in the lib, let me write this function generate initials, generate initials. Is that the spelling? .ts. Okay. Let's see what can we put into this. Generate initials. I think I will also get all these functions. I will put them in the documentation. So all these simple reusable functions we always use, I will just put them somewhere in this documentation here. You will find the reusable those functions. Right now we just need only one, which is generate initials. Okay, I'm just going to open this with VS Code and we look at it. So this is it. Generate initials. Is it just like the way it was here, get initials? Let's just first see. Yeah, it's called get initials. Okay, so I will just go ahead and copy this, and let's go ahead and put it in our generate initials. You can just simply first write this export function get initials. It takes in a name, which can be a string, null, or undefined. And then we say if the name is there, because it can be null or so undefined, then we do this. Okay, I'm just like moving slow so that you can write it down. So just go ahead and write this down. And it just generates this. And if it is not there, just return any you want to be the default. Okay, so going back here in this, we can now just get this one. So I can just say add libs, just like this. Now we are remaining with only logout button. So I'm just also going to create the logout button. So logout button in components. Okay, so I'm just going to open this, and you guys, you can see it is a logout button. So I will just go and create also in the global logout a button .tsx, and I'm just going to paste this. And in the logout button, as you can see, it is simply just a button with logout. There is nothing much. You can see just button with just logout, and it also has this handle logout. Okay. So just go ahead and bring it here. So I'm just going to say add. Okay, components, global logout, I guess. Did I just like put it like global logout btn? So it is logout btn, just like this. At just like this. Okay, so in the site header, let's go back. We're just going to have authenticated, which is also in the global. I will say add components, and then authenticated avatar. Let's just say this authenticated avatar.tsx, add components, then global. So just say global this. Okay, and then get initials. It is also at libs. So basically right now we have no errors. Okay, we have these two at head UI React. So you have to add this one, and then also the hero icons React. So I'm just going to start with at headless React. Okay, just go ahead and get these, because those ones are helping us also in the building of this stuff here. So I'm just going to add these two. I just copy the at headless UI React. So just go here, and you could just say just a second. Okay, so we have to install the headless UI React. I'm just going to copy this. I don't know if it is copying or not. So I'm just going ahead and install those two things. Okay, just install the npm headless React. Next is the hero icons. So it is hero icons React. So also copy those ones, and let's also go ahead and install them. Okay, so after I've installed this headless UI React and hero icons React, these two packages, they're just on npm headless React and the hero icons React. Okay, so now it seems like in my site header I don't have any errors. Okay, so let me go ahead. See, we still have our application there blank the way it is. Let's go back to the documentation. So this was only the site header, right? So we have also the layout. Now, before we go to, okay, we have the layout, which is actually having the site header and also the, I think that's just the site header and the site footer. Okay. So we can just go ahead and put the footer. So here at the end, you see there is a footer. So I will just go ahead, and in the front end, I will do site footer. Site footer.tsx, just like that, and let's add this code. I don't think this one needs any installation. Just like this. Okay, so now we have the footer and we're exporting a default footer. So just go ahead and bring in the layout. Okay, let's go ahead and bring in our layout, and I'm just going to copy this layout. Now, before I put in the layout, I just want to go back here. Okay, so there always, like, when you're just creating, let me just say to xcaddraw. Okay, I'm just going to, so there are two things always you want to do. You always want to separate like at least three things. The first one is you will have to have three things. You will have the front end, front end group. So at least you're just going to create a lot of groups. Okay, you have, let me just bump this up. Okay, you will have a couple of groups. You'll have the front end, and then you will also be having the back end or the admin. So yes, say you have also the admin uh, group. Okay, so this one is going to hold the pages on the front end, and this one is going to hold the pages on the back end, like the admin panel, the forms for CRUD, and other things. Okay, so you just need right away to create these two groups. So we can just go here and let's create those groups. So in the app, I can create two groups. The first group is going to be maybe, and how you create a group is putting the brackets, and then you can just say this is going to be admin. And then of course, in the admin, you can just go ahead and put a new file, which is going to be, for instance, dashboard. Okay, and then this dashboard is going to have maybe dashboard and page.tsx, something like this. Okay, let me just go in this put RFC, and I just say hello admin. Okay, just like this. Great. So, and then in the then another one is the front. Okay, or just you can just call this home, whichever you want. So just say home. Okay, and then in this home is where you're just going to have this page. Let me in the home. Okay, I'm dropping this page in the home, and what it is needs to be in the home. You can create all other pages in the home, but so far we are good. So there is this layout that will be this big layout which has the dark mode. This is the layout for the whole entire website. Okay, and then we have the layout for the admin. So if I just go in the admin group and I create a layout .tsx here. Okay, layout.tsx, not sxt. I'm just going to rename this to tsx. And you can just say, go ahead and create this as the admin layout. Okay, you can just call it maybe the dashboard layout, anything you want. Dashboard layout. Okay, I'm just going to say here h2 and then say welcome. Okay, so here of course we pass in the children since this is a layout. So children, and the children are of type React node. So just say here React node, and then here you can just put children. Okay, let's put here children. Okay, so this one is going to for the dashboard. Okay, and you can just also rename this, maybe avoid confusing with the admin. Just say call it the dashboard. Okay, and since we are renaming a folder in action, you can just restart this. Okay, so we have two layouts. We have this the dashboard layout, the dashboard group, and the home group. And then let's create one more layout in here, and this is the layout we're just going to add here. Let me just go ahead and copy this layout. So this is going to be the home layout. So go in the home and let's create a layout file, layout.tsx, and let's add this. Okay, and we can just like import the footer and the site header. I'm just going to remove these ones, so that I just say site header, whatever it is, and then I will just do also site footer, whatever it is. Now you could just actually take off I think this one is not necessary, but we have this clip path. So the header is missing session. Okay, we can just get a session const. Session is equal to await get server session from next auth. Okay, we could just say come here and we say just session is null. Okay, and then let's pass here session equal session, because we don't have the auth options and so many other things. Okay, so just like leave it at this point like this. Okay, so we have the header, and then we also have the footer. Now this here, this thing you're seeing here, I have in the middle, you're just going to see it. So going back to the site now, let me refresh. We should be having the header plus the footer. Okay, so this is at this point, this is how it is looking like. Okay, and as you can see, it looks really great. So I'm just going to go in the hero section. So here you can just go back to the page here, and I'm just going to remove this mod toggle and put like h2 of saying hero section, and here just going to be class name of min height of screen, just like this, just to see this. Okay, so this thing here you're seeing here, this gradient is the one that is in the layout. Okay, this one you're seeing the clip path here, this is the one that is looking like this. Okay, so we have the header as you can see here, and this header is already responsive. If I just do something like this, you can see that this is looking really, really amazing. Okay, so at least we have the footer away, the header plus the footer off, and you can see also the footer. We can just get this. Okay, so this this header here, I can tell you why you can get it from scratch. Even if you don't copy there, you can just go to Tailwind UI, and if you just look at the components, there is why you can see that they have, I don't know if it's just like under hero sections. Yeah, so you can see they have this. Okay, so I got it from here, and this is for free. Okay, you can just go copy here and you can just easily get this for free. So yeah, this is why I got it. As you can see, the React, you can just go ahead and see. So this looks exactly, even this stuff they have here, this is exactly the one we have here. So the other one was inspired by this. The only thing I added is this dark mode, this mode toggle, which we already have, and the login button. So this is becomes our header. So this gives you a very nice starting point. Let's just go ahead and drop in the hero section. Remember, we are building a starter, and most of the things I'm just going to do, I'm going to also be inspired by this Zen Voice. Now, Zen Voice is also by Maklu, this guy of Shapefast. I really like this guy. Like, he defines most of the things I believe in. I also believe in him. So if you look at how he designed this, very straightforward and very clean. So just going to be looking something like that's why you see the header has the logo, then in the middle we have this, and then at last we have the login. That's why we're having also ours this. You have the links. We're just going to change these links in a minute, but then you have also this login at the end. Now for us, we are adding in one extra thing for the dark mode. Great. So after having added that, let's just go ahead and drop in the hero section. A very short and brief like that. I'm just going to go ahead and in the page, let me just drop in the hero section just like this. So just go inside here, drop in this. Now, as you can hear, you can see I have this announcement. Now, this announcement is this one. Wait. Where is announcement? So it is something just like this, the way you see on this startup template for Magic UI. This kind of thing you see here, and we also saw it on the Tailwind UI. This one here. So this is the announcement, right? You have just to put anything you want here. You can just like put whichever new features. So I'm just going to go ahead and just put this, create this announcement. So I will just go to the home, not home in the components, a front end. Let's just put announcement. Announcement.tsx, and luckily enough, this announcement is in the docs here. So just copy this announcement and paste it here. So this takes in a title and the href, and as you can see, it has also this move right arrow. So the matter just like importing it here, just like this. Let's go back, and I'm just going to refresh. Okay, so you can see we have introducing email templates. Then you have your board heading you want. Now in this case, you could just have the way you see all of them has this board stuff, and then like some text here, and then the button. As you can see here, we have this the same thing like this. Now we need to add a button at some point. Okay, after adding this, and then you have also this. Okay, I just want to add a button. Okay, if you look at the Zen Voice, they have this, and then he has this description, and then he has also this stuff you can put. I think we can also just like put these ones. I will put them, and then you have this big button, this one here. So for that button, I just want a somehow a nice fancy button that I'm just going to use there. Now, if you just go back to this hub, where you have this course, just next if you go to my this website of Desis Hub, you can see we have this nice button which says enroll. Okay, I would want to create a link like this one that is having something like this. Okay, now where you can get that is in so many places. Okay, you could just get this from Magic UI. If you just go here, just go to Magic UI. Okay, if you just go to Magic UI, let me see. So in the Magic UI, I think there is where they have buttons somewhere. Let me see, but yeah, this is why they have here the buttons. And the buttons, there is one with this, right? So this is the same as almost like this one. Now you can see this one is moving fast. Now another one where you can get this is from a Certainty UI, just like this. And if you just go to components, there is where you're going to see that, I don't know where, but definitely somewhere. And we'll be getting a lot of components from here just to make our starter template look extremely nice. Now, I don't know why I just saw this. I think it's just here. The moving border. So this is the one I used. Okay. This is the one I used. And if we see this is just like a button. It didn't have a link or anything. But what we can just start on is by looking at the installation. Yeah, so you need to install Framer, CLX, and Tailwind Merge. Now these two already they're installed. The CLX and Tailwind Merge, they are always installed by Shad. So I will just install Framer Motion. Okay. I will just install Framer Motion. Just like this. And after that, you can just copy this in the utils, and you have to make some changes in the Tailwind config. That is the most important thing here. Okay, you have to add some of these things in the Tailwind. So I'm just going to go ahead and make sure we have this. So as you can see, it has a default theme and it has colors. So let me just go to the Tailwind config. I will first add these 3 lines. The Tailwind config, Control P, Tailwind config. Okay, so we have it here. So on top, I'm just going to import those ones, the default theme and the colors. Okay, then from there, you can just see in the plugins, you're just going to add this, add variables. Okay, so just copy this, go to plugins all the way down here. So you have this first one, put comma, and then put this one. So you have to get to define this add variable for colors. So you can just see it is this one. Add variable for color is this function. So I'm just going to copy and I'm just going to add it here down. Okay. Yeah. So you can just see you have this. I don't know where it is. Okay, it is this function. Function add variable for colors is what we have just added here. And I think that's the only thing we need to do. Okay, so with that, I will just go and bring the other one. Okay, I think another thing you need to put is you have in the utils, we already have this in the utils. Tailwind config, we have added that. and then copy this. You can see there is components UI moving border, and then you can just now use it. So I'm just going to go to my source code side, and I add those two things. Just go here, components, and then you can see in the components you have to create UI. Okay, and then you have to add this moving border. So you can see they have called it this moving border. I'm just going to simply copy this. Okay, just copy this. I'm just going to go to UI, new file, and just going to call it moving border .tsx. Paste this. So probably this is going to not have any errors if you have installed everything the way it needs, the framer motion and everything. Okay, so moving on, after you have added this moving border, now I think you can just go ahead and use it. So I'm just going to go ahead and see where I used it. Probably in the hero section, I guess. So I can just go and open this so that I just get that button because I just made it a link. So if I could just go to maybe the hero section. If you go to the page, okay, make sure I'm sticking to the front page. So you can just see this is under hero section. Okay, so let's just go ahead and see on my website. This is under this. Okay, so you can just go to where we have this zero typing, and let's see what we have. So you can see we have this custom button. Okay, custom button link, custom link button. I'm just going to copy this so you can just get this button. And let's go ahead in our starter kit. Okay, let's go in our starter kit on the page here. I'm just going to first place it here. Just a custom link button. Okay, and then finally, let's go ahead and create this component. I'm just going to copy this, go in the front end, or you could just even go in the global, and let's create this custom link button, tsx. Okay, and let's just go ahead and get this. Okay, and I'm just going to go here and let's copy this. Okay, just like so. So basically it is just a button, and this button comes from components UI moving border. Okay, as you can see it here, and you have now the button. We give it the border radius and then all these things here, right? Yeah, so this is how you create. I just modified this and I added my own link because they were just not allowing to, by default doesn't have links. So going back here, let's go ahead and get this. Okay, so you can just like add any word you want. For instance, for the case of the Zen voice is just like get Zen voice or such, get started. Whatever you just want to do here is you put anything you want, get started. Okay, and then you can pass in any href you want, maybe to the login or to the any sign up, whichever you want. So let's just go ahead and go back to ours. I will just refresh and you can see we have it here. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and add like margin bottom or something. They can just add this from this text center, or I can just like add margin top and then here margin bottom of 4. Okay, just to push this button a little bit. So now I have this, and this looks also amazing in the dark mode, as you can see here. Okay, so you just have this the button. Okay, I'm just going to put back in the light mode, and this is looking amazing. So already we just like getting really nice things. Okay, moving on. So as just like moving now at this point, I just feel like adding in more stuff. So let's scroll down. So there is this component, as you can see here, like people to put like this, I think is a good thing. You can just add this. So you can also get this from either this side. Okay. Let me see. There is why there is not animated list. We're just going to use this in a second somewhere, but there is why we have the doc. Let me just see avatar circles. So there is this one. Okay, you could just like add this, but there is also from a certainty UI. Where is certainty? Is it called a certainty or called what? So if you just go back to the components here, you saw this component around here. We just like choose the best, this one. Okay. So if you just look at this, it has this nice thing. I don't know if this or the other one is the best. There is this one. Okay, but I feel like this one is the best. I'm just going to use this one. Okay, so before just going here, let's go ahead and see the installation. The first thing is Framer, of which we have the utils we have, and then you have to create this animated tooltip. So under this, I'm just going to copy this. So go under UI. I'm just going to close out this. Under UI, where is my UI? Okay, I'm just going to create this animated tooltip.tsx. I'm just going to expand this, copy the code, and let's go ahead and add it. Okay, nice and clean. Okay, then the next one, and that's it, I guess. Really? Let me just see. Okay, so after adding this, now we can just go to the code. Okay, so just go back here to the code. This is where they used it. So I'm just going to come here and they say, this one he called it animated avatar. Yes, you just call it avatar circles or avatar circles. So I'm just going to go here in global. Let me just say, call this avatar circles, avatar circles. The tsx, and let's paste this. Okay, so here they have added the images just like this of people you want. You can also of course always go ahead and change this, like these items you have the name and what you can always just change this, but I will leave it like that. So yes, go ahead and use this animated. I'm just going to rename this to animated avatar circles, animated avatars, animated circle avatars or animated avatars. Just use it, animated avatars. Just go still. I'm just going to go below this, and I'm just going to add dot padding y of maybe 6, and let's add this animated avatars just like this. Let's go back and see. Let's just go back and see. I'm just going to refresh. Okay, they're just saying invalid is not configured. So if you just look at this animated avatars, animated tooltip, so you see behind the scenes they're using what? If you just go back here, they're using next image, or so you could just go here and see. Okay, so they're using next image. So the fact that they're using next image, that's why we're having this error saying that these images are not configured. So you can just go here and you can just configure the image just like this. Okay, message is in the app router. So to add this, just go ahead and add the remote patterns just in this. So I'm just going to copy this, Control C. Let's just go back to our next config, and then inside here, let's add these images. Now for the protocol, so what we just need is the protocol plus, I think, this. So here, I don't know if I can also put a wildcard. Okay, I can just like put, because you can just like go ahead and put different stuff. I don't know if I can just like put star. If this can work, I'm not so sure. Like, is in the documentation, do they talk about that? Next image and configured. Here they just like summarized it. They didn't talk much about it. Okay, let's just go and see. This is going to restart the server if you do this. Let's just first see if the server was restarted. So if you just go back here, you can just see that the font changes. It restarted the server. Let's go ahead and refresh. Okay, so we just have it here. Okay, you can just see like we have this here, so you can just go ahead and customize it the way you want. Okay, you can see here he added this **785 folders sleep data, so you could just also just like add that. It seems to look nice. So coming back here, I'm just going to add in this padding, just make it actually padding top of like 8. Okay, then padding bottom of 4. I'm just going to go ahead and just make this to be a flex. Item center, and let's just add this plus where we have the star, so you can just come here. Just like this. Okay. Just going to put this as a p tag, just like this. And let's go and put the stars. Okay. So you can just like put also a flex having the stars. So you can just say star from there is star from Rosit. Let's duplicate this. Sorry. Let's just go back here, and I'm just going to duplicate this 4 times or probably 6 times. Okay, so you can just see it here. This is how it looks like. And you could just also, if you wanted the bold ones, you could just go to React icons instead. React icons. I don't know where yours is from here. React icons. So yes, go to React icons. And you could just put a star. Okay, so we have a solid one and we have also this. So you can just get this solid one. And you can just like first here import this. And before that, you can just first go ahead and install React icons. npm install React icons. Okay, so I'm just going to go up here, put this here. Okay, faster. I'm just going to do this far star or something like that. Faster, just like this. Okay. So now for this, we could just, I think there is why we could just like have done this, like, I think this array, I'm not sure, array.from, and then you can pass in, okay. I don't know if you pass in array from, then you pass in like the underscore length. I'm not so sure, guys. And then if you pass in length of 4 or something. Let me just get that from ChatGPT. Okay, just going to open chat also to help us on some few things. I don't know why that method is. Can you use array.from a method in TypeScript to map through this star? Just like that, and let's just see. Okay, so it is array from just like this. Okay, array from, and then you pass in the length. So okay, you destructor and you pass in, for instance, 4, and then comma, then you have the index, and then you can just like really map this like so. So you created like the star rating component. I don't know if that is nice. I think will be, I think, more nice. Star rating component. Let me just copy this star rating .tsx just like this, and you just simply have to call star rating and the way it is here, star rating, and then you pass in the count. Okay, I'm just going to go back home, and where I have this star rating just like that. Okay, so let's just go and see. Okay, so these they have to be wrapped in a flex, and we can just give them also a color. So I'm just going to go star rating, and then say give this class name of flex, items center, and gap of maybe 2 or 1, and the color of this we could just also pass in the star color, or could just give it class name of text, like orange 400. I don't know, like you could just like definitely have a beta color or something. Then we can also just give it a width of 6, height of 6. Okay, so I'm just going to bring this nearby here. Maybe this one we just make it maybe 5 or something. Okay. We have flex item center. I don't know where this gets to do what it is doing here right now. Can I just add? Let me first add a BG of green 300. Now in these animated avatars, I'm just also going to add .bg of yellow 300. Let's add this. Just want to see like what is going on here. Okay, so it seems like now we are good. Item center. So putting this inside that, it did like this. So if I put back like this, let me see. Oh, okay, let me just now put them back just like this. Okay, let's say justify. So we can just like justify center, and we see that. Okay, great. And then let's give a gap. Let's give a gap of like 4. Okay, gap of maybe 8 or something, and let's just remove these or weird backgrounds. Okay, so we have now our nice component. It is missing something. I'm wondering why. Just going to discover it in a second, but let me just first also remove this green. Okay, so if you just look at this, as if this star rating, they just like below a bit. So either in the star rating, we don't have that, or it is in the animated avatars, they might be having like a margin bottom. Okay, just this, remove it. Okay, so now we are good. Okay, you can see the hero section is top notch and looks really great. Okay, and now, let's go ahead and see the more things we can add. So this section is done. Now there is this section I like actually. Like it is a section which is always comparing the good thing and the bad thing. Like really it is a really nice component and it is very clean. Okay. So I think we need just to have like some of these headings as a component. So I just go ahead and copy this. So just go ahead and just create also a nice component like section heading. Section. section heading .tsx. Okay, RFC. Okay, they just go ahead and go to, we can just go to shad and where we have, what do they call this, typography, and let's just go and copy the, where we have like h1, just like this. Okay, and this is going to take in just a title, which is a string. Okay, so just put a title here. Okay, so here maybe we just reduce this to 4 and then this to 3. And let's go ahead and just say section heading inside the page. Okay. So we have this, we have the star rating. Okay, just like this. Just going to say dot padding y of 6. And here we're just going to add the section heading. Okay, I'm just going to add the section, which is, for instance, comparison. Just going to call it this comparison. So just go in components. I just call it a comparison. Comparison features. The TSX, RFC, the spelling here. Let me just fix this. Copy this. Okay. So I will start by putting the section heading, which may be padding y of 2. Let's just add section heading, and takes in the title. So just go ahead and copy the title here. Okay. So I think this is a different section altogether. I'm just going to go ahead and put it out in a new section. I think it will just go there. It's okay. I'm just going to say here comparison features. Okay. So you see, so we have this tired of managing your stuff. So these is going to be the comparison features. I think we need to take it back to where it was. I'm just going to say padding, I think padding bottom of maybe 6. I'm just going to go to this, go back to 5, and this one to 4. You could even just like, yeah, I think like that one is good enough. Like is really big enough. The only thing we just need to put is really put a big. So let's just go to this. So I'm just going to add the padding y of 16, just like that, because it's a new stuff. So down here, you're just going to have 2 cards. Okay, like these two cards here. This is just going to help us like really put our features for the whichever app you're building. Okay, so you just come here and I'm just going to build this card. Maybe I'm just going to build this card out. I'm just going to say the padding y maybe of 4. Okay, so here I will have the two cards. Okay, features card or something. I'm just going to go here in this features card.tsx rfc. So it starts having, like, for instance, a list const features is equal to, so you pass in an array. And the first thing I just want to, so before I pass in an array, for instance, we have the color red and plus this green. So to differentiate between these two, I will just add in this okay, we're just like passing, I think, two things. So the features, let's just say the features here, they're going to, let me just duplicate this as the features. Okay. Then this, and then this. Okay. Then this, and finally this. Okay. So if you have a card, you just want to simply match in these features. So just say features dot map, and then you have the item is its index, and you're just going to say return. Okay, so just going to return a, for instance, a div which is going to consist of an icon, for instance x from receipt, plus a span, plus the span, which is actually actual item. Okay, just give this key of index, and let's give this class name, sorry, flex items center. For this one, let's give it a class name. Okay, and just going to have a class name of width is 4, height 4, and maybe margin error of 2. And you can also just give it flex length of 0. Great. So is this, we're just going to give it class name. Let me just give it rounded, maybe MD. Okay, rounded MD, and maybe with a mini shadow, just like this. Okay, so let's just go ahead and just bring this features card. Okay, inside the page, of course, comparison features. In here, I will have this. sorry. Just import it. Now this, we're just going to give it, I think I could give it grid called grid calls like 1, and then log grid calls 2, just like this. And you can just go ahead and just say just like that. Let's try gap of 8. Okay, so this is it here. Let's just go ahead and just work on this. I'm just going to start with padding. So in the features card, let's start by giving it padding of 6. Okay, if you just look at this Zen voice, I don't think it has like even like a shadow. Is that a shadow, or I don't know. It might just not like a shadow, but a border. Instead, just say a border, and we see. Yeah, so a border might just like work fine. Let's go ahead and specify. So then this, we can just say space y of 3. This is going to put spaces on this text here. And okay, so I think the padding is one is like really big, right? So just try padding like of 16. Padding of 16, just like this. Like the padding is really big. Okay, I think that is like really big again. Let's just try padding of maybe 12. Is 12 there? Yeah. Okay. And then the text. Okay. I don't know which font he used in here. Let's first see the font. Okay, Gabrito. Okay, we're just going to we also just look for a nice font at some point. But I think um I don't know if this is just like limited by the space. Let's see. Go back to the page. And I'm just going to give this BG green. I just want to see where this is. Okay, so you can see like this is the maximum width. So I'm just going to put this somehow outside. So I'm just going to cut this. Okay, and I might just need to create another stuff. So after this here, you see that we can create another one. Dot mx auto dot max width of maybe this time 6 XL, and with padding y of 8. So just like add this. Maybe this 16. I'm just going to put it on this. Okay, so remove this. Let's remove the green, and let's see. Okay, so you can see like right now we have something like this. Okay, so these ones, they have headings. I think we have also to put a heading to this, and then make sure this one is in the center. So in the comparison features, let's give a class name of text center, and we see that. Okay, so let's give the heading to these ones. If you just notice, the heading is within the card. So the card, in other words, has the following. So the card has features, okay, a which is going to be equal to features, okay, and then the card has a title, and then just going to have one more, but let's put those two. For now, just go to the card. I'm just going to copy these features, cut them, and let's say featured feature card is a type. A feature card props is equal to, it will have a title which is a string. It will have a features which is string array, just like that. So pass in here, and you're just going to have title and the features, and just here you will just say feature card props. After doing that, we come back here, we can define the features. Okay, the title for each of the cards we can just go ahead and define. So for instance, this is stripe, and this is going to be this. Of course, you can always just like, okay, in the card, let's just go ahead and add the heading. So if you notice, we don't have the heading. We just add h2 and just add the title. As simple as that. We can just give this a class name, font, or padding y, maybe say padding bottom of 3 or 4. Let's just go and see. Okay, so it doesn't have to have text center. So I'm just going to go in this, and you can just say text left. Okay, maybe just increase the a little bit, maybe 2xl. Okay, this is too much. Maybe XL. Okay, that is good. Okay, and the margin bottom, maybe padding bottom of 3. Okay, so now what is remaining are the background colors. Okay. Just a second. Okay, so what is remaining right now is trying to make this red as it is in here, and this one like green. So we could choose our colors. Okay, I don't know if you just like very okay to stick with these ones, but we could pass in one more thing, which is maybe the class name. I don't know if I just put here, for instance, bg grade 50 and text grade, let's say like 400. How would this look like? Okay, so this is how it looks like. The background is okay, but then the text, let's make it 600. Yeah, so I think this is the one. Let me just continue. It is even more dense than that, like 700. It cannot be 800, right? Okay, I think that is maybe the one or not. Okay, so after passing in this, I'm just going to pass in as a class name. And then let me just define a class name here to be a string. Okay, and maybe we could just say this might not be required. And I will just copy, for instance, this here. And I will just put the normal one is, so let me just copy and I give this, for instance, to be the default. So if I just come here, I just going to use cn and let me just pass the default one and then pass in class name. Okay. So now if I go to any card, and let me just copy this and let me remove this. Going back to page comparison features. So to where I have these cards, I can just choose to give this. And then to this one, I can just give BG green and even here BG green. Okay, so you can see now we have these two nice looking. Now for the features, I'm just also going to separate them. So there is this. Let me just pass in the features. So just going to say here, call these ones corners, I think, and then like pros, like whichever you just choose. I'm just going to come and I paste these. Okay, so like this, like this, like this. Okay, just like this. Put a comma here. So we could just go and just say corners here, and then we just say pros. Okay. So just go ahead and we have this. Okay. So that one can represent this one. And then you also have these are going to be like the what are they called? These are testimonials, right? So you can just go here for testimonials. We can use magic. That is why it has this tweet card. I don't know how this one looks like. Not this one. I just um we could just go back to this uncertainty, go back to components. Okay, there are a lot of components that they can remain be used for testimonials. Okay, can just get the testimonials. So there is this one. I'm just going to right click on this. Okay, I'm going to right click on that. Let's see if we have any other testimonials. So I think that is the testimonial card we have. Okay. I think that's the testimonial cards we have. These here, where you have these stacks, which have like these different people on what they are talking about. Your application. We can use also this Twitter card. I don't think we need a Twitter card. Okay. We can check on Magic UI. They have, they seem not to have like testimonials. So let's just go and put this. Okay, probably I should just go to the light mode. Okay. So there is this which can work very well with the testimonial. So just go ahead and add this component. So we first go to the installation first. Framer, we already have it, and then utils, we already have it. So I'm just going to say card stack .tsx in the UI. So components UI. Let's just go ahead and add card stack.tsx, and you can copy this just like so, and then that's it. We just go ahead and copy the code, go to the code here and copy this. We're just going to go ahead and create a component in the these testimonials.tsx. Okay, so this is the card stack. The only thing you need to pass in is these conversations, as you can see here. You can see when you have the highlight component. So this the highlight component, you can see, so meaning you can pass in your own component within the card. Okay, you can pass in anything you want. So you just going to have this as cards demo. So just going to say testimonials. Okay, so I just copy this and go back to the page. So after these comparisons, I'm just going to add padding y of 8, and then here let's add testimonials. Okay. we'll just go back to our application, which is this one. Okay, so there is this one. Since it is near this, I'm just going to really put it nearby. So I'm just going to say this to be padding bottom instead. Okay. I don't know if we should put it inside the comparison features, because if you look at this here, you realize that they are almost in the same. The padding that is there is really small, right? Okay, so I'm just going to cut this. I'm just going to, I don't know, we could just like expose this. Let me just add this. So under comparison features, we have padding Y, padding bottom, then padding Y04. I'm not seeing exactly where this has a lot of padding on it. What I'm just going to do is a BG red 300. I just want to see where that is covering. Okay, so it seems like the match padding is on the other one. So let me cut this. Let me go to the testimonials. Okay, they have this height, right? So let's just reduce this to maybe 20 rem. Okay, so that's great. So you can see like they are just near this. Okay, you can just like go ahead and give them a title that would be very much okay. Okay, I'm just going to make 22 here. So you can just like go ahead and just like make, and if you want to move the title, I'm not going to put it just, they will be looking like as if they are part of this here. So moving on is, and some of these things, by the way, they are supporting the dark mode out of the box. Okay, like you can see. Okay, so like this here, I think we just need to, that is section heading, section heading, section heading, and we could just give it text slate 900. Yeah. Okay. So let's just go ahead and go back to the home page. So we have testimonials, we have the features. I'll put this back to the dark light mode. So let's go back here. There is one component. So after this, there is this this one. We're just going to put this, but I think also this from the match QI. So let me just put nearby here. So this magic UI, I just want to put something like this, like the one which shows the, maybe the dashboard of the app or something. Okay. I don't know if we can, I just like have the image. Seems like the image is very hard to get. Okay, we're just going to have the image. This image fills in the whole entire thing. So like this can be the image of the dashboard. Now, if you just go to Magic UI, we need to look for that effect. They have a lot of effects. There is special effect, the animated beam. So we have this border. Actually, you can see it is on this image. Actually, that image they have of Magic UI. Here, you can see there is this beam moving. We shall also put it. Where is our site? So I was still on Magic UI looking for things to put. There is Magic Card. There is this neon, confetti, particles. There is this cool mode. Okay. There is text animations, button, and then there is backgrounds. Okay. The dot pattern and the grid button. Okay, so it seems like I need just to get where we can just have this like this image here. If you just check, this image is from shadcn. Okay. If I go to shad, they got it from, I think, examples. It is this one. Okay. So how do you take this? I don't know. I'm just going to first go to the light mode. Okay, card stack. Okay, a dashboard. I'm just going to take the one I think who is the dashboard. So to take a nice one, I don't know how to do that, but what I'm just going to do, I have two options. Okay. I have two options to do that. We just either you can take using the awesome screenshot. Just come here and select the area you want to take. So from here, we drag over like this up to this point. Maybe that's a nice balance. And then move down. Okay. And then up to maybe here. Okay. Just right there, take capture. Okay, so I'm just going to download this or save this as a PNG. Okay, so I'm just going to say dashboard. Okay, so I'm just going to open this. If you look at this, I think this is good enough. It has some things we don't want. For instance, it brought the header. Okay, let me first see. It brought the header. So it's just left a little bit of this. Alternatively, you can also use a snipping tool. So you just say snipping. Let's look at this. And if you just use a snipping tool, they do the same thing. Let's see. just like this, and let's drop down like this. So now the snipping tool has this problem of it can't drag over, so that is a no. Okay, so I'm just going to use the other one. I'm just going to drop it in the fabric. Copy this and let's go to the fabric folder. Reveal, and just like put it here, dashboard.png, and they just go after the testimonials. Okay, after these testimonials, I'm just going to go ahead and put padding y 06, and there's this image. Okay, so the image is going to have the source, which is going to be slash dashboard.png, and then we have alt, and then alt is going to have this is the dashboard image, whatever, and then you're just going to put some so you have to specify, I think, width and height. So I'm just going to go to this, I'm just going to go to this image, and you can just hover on it. This is 18, it is 1876, 1876. And height, it is 1220. Okay, you can give this a class name. So let's just say width is full, rounded. Okay, maybe rounded LG. So just need to put a beam in a second, but let's just first see how this looks like. Okay, so you can see we have this right now. There is that weird border going on. You could just also remove it. So I can simply edit this a little bit. Okay, so I could just remove that. Okay, and maybe here also remove that, and also remove this. Okay, so just go ahead and save this. Okay, just like this, and let's get the new dimensions. Going to refresh. Okay, let me just get the new dimensions. 1775, 1775 by okay, I'm just going to hover here now. They're not telling me. So just like right click and show properties. Okay, so you could just see here is 1109. So is 1109, just like this. Okay, let's refresh. It is still caching. Okay, so we have it just like this. Okay, you don't know if we added, for instance, a border. there's this add a border in, yeah. So you could just like add a border like so, which is looking great. And now I'm just going to put also this moving board or something. So I'm just going to go here in the Magic UI where we have the animated beam. Okay. His border beam, this one here. So what we need to do is to look on the installation, and you could first look at Magic UI installation, React. So you can see the only thing you need is Tailwind, CLX, Tailwind, and Framer Motion, of which we already have. Okay, so that is the only thing you need. The CLI is just like this. So I'm just going to go back to the border beam. Let's go to installation, and I'm just going to say this. Copy here, npm, and let's go to here. Let's install this. So I've installed this component. So they say update the Tailwind config. So you can see here they have added the animation. So I'm just going to first copy the animation. Just go to Tailwind config. Tailwind config. So let's look for where we have animation. So you can see if you just go in here, extend, we have colors, we have border radius, we have keyframes, and then we have animation. So I'm just going to add this here, border beam. Okay, and then under the keyframes, I'm just going to add this one. So there's this, and we close it from here. So copy this under keyframes. I'm just going to add this keyframe. So we have like so. So yeah, also add the border beam, and then the usage. That's just where you use it, just like this. If you go to this code, you can see like you just simply have to have something with relative, and then you give the border beam. I'm just going to scroll down to where they have usage. I'm just going to import this border beam. So let's go, for instance, to page where we have this image. So I'm just going to go ahead and import the border beam. Oh, sorry. So I'm just going to remove all this. Okay. Border beam from Magic Components, Magic UI, border beam.tsx. Let's first confirm if we have that. Components, Magic UI, and we have border beam. Now, I don't know why it is behaving like this. Do you need to put that really export border beam from border beam? I'm just going to first of all remove this, and I will just go simply put the border beam, and you need to make this relative. Wherever you're going to put it, for instance, on this image, I'm just going to make this relative. and I can just put the border beam wherever I want here, import it just like that. So moving back to this, we should see a border beam. Okay, so you can't see the border beam like where it is moving on the image. It is somehow like really weird how where it is moving. Somehow, that padding down for the bottom. Let me first give this one a border 2, and then like border green 500. I just want to simply look at the container. So let's see. Okay, so basically it is moving over the container. So what we could just give this is that we could just say height. Can you say that height full and then object fit cover? I don't know how that one goes. Is that even possible to have height full? And I think that's why you need, we could just give this a height. For instance, if you just give this one height of 96, for instance, height of 96, like this, I think there it could just work. Okay, so even when you give it height of 96, still we have like that spacing. Can I just like give this as a BG? I'm just going to take off this height. Okay, so that's how it is moving like that. I don't know how we can just like fix that so that this moves around the actual image. Um, there is no padding, right? Okay, so let's remove the padding. So it just turned out to just like padding that was bringing problems. So just simply remove padding just like this. And then let's remove also this border we have here. The only thing you need is just relative. Okay, so you can see the beam is just there like that. Now we just need to make also you just actually just make rounded, this one to be rounded, this with overflow hidden. I think that should just make it like rounded. Maybe we also just leave it also the image to be rounded. Okay, so now we have our moving beam, as you can see, just nice. Okay, so you could just have like a beam moving over this image. Okay, great. So now we can just like add now the section. Okay, so this one is talking about, for instance, it could be just like how it works and the way you want, like step number one. If you just look at this, is like a button. You say when you click it, it opens up with an image just like this. If you click on this one, it has even a video, right? It has like a video here. So we need to make sure we do that. Okay. We need to look for how to customize this. It looks like a accordion, a normal accordion. The difference is in this accordion, you can see when this is open, you have a different image showing up here. Even this one, then you have this one showing here. So basically, it is something we can work on. So let's just go ahead and add self-service invoices for your customers. And then here again, we put this, then we have the video for finishing up, and then the pricing section. Okay, so we have finished this. So let me just go to this point now. So this one is also features. We're just going to create maybe how it works. I'm just going to go to where we have these comparison features. I'm just going to say Control C, Control V. I'm just going to rename this to how it works. Just how it works. Okay. So it has a heading which says, for instance, how it works. Okay, so how it works, we're just going to go ahead and start putting this. I don't know whether we should just like put an accordion or we just build our own. You can see like even if you click this one, it doesn't, but if you click another one, the other one changes. Okay, so we can think about it, how we can do that. Because if we just use like shadcn accordion, which is components accordion is the number one here. So if you just see here, there is no control, for instance, on the usage. You don't have like access on when it is open or when it's not open. So we rule that one out. We might just need to build ours. Okay. Self-service for your customers. So I'm just going to go ahead and put this how it works to the page. So after this, let's just go here and then say dot padding y of 8. Just put here how it works, basically like that. Okay, so if you scroll down, we have this how it works. Let's give it, I think, 16. Just 16. Okay. So inside how it works. we're just going to have two sections basically here. Actually, they're just also grids. One which is going to have this, and then the image. Okay, which is going to have the image. So how do we handle that? So let's try to design this. So I would just like make this like a card. Okay, I would make it maybe like a button or something. Okay, I'm just going to add inside here. I'm just going to say, let's say we have a button. Inside this button, we have a couple of things. Okay, we have, for instance, a title. A title here, the header. So inside you have flex with h2 plus the icon. So this side, I'm just going to add an icon of plus. Okay. So after that, you have also a paragraph and any other content you want. Okay. So after this, you could just add any content. Maybe a p tag. Just add this as a p tag. And then you also have this other one. Okay. Just flex. Maybe a p tag. And maybe a key of. Let's first go to receipt and check. So we have a lot of check, and then let's see. So let me just get any of the icon, which is this should check. Should check. I will just add it here. Is it like check should or something like that? Check should. Okay, I just say should. It is should check here. I'm just going to give it a class name. I'm just going to give it width of 4, height of 4. Okay, MR of 2. We could just go and check this. Okay, have I linked this? Yeah. Let's just go back to, we have a lot of things which are open at this point. Okay, so this is how it looks right now. I'm just going to go ahead and give, so items center, for instance, and space a justify between for this upper one. And this one, we're also going to have item center. And then for the icon, we're just going to, I think, leave it like that. Okay, so we have this, and then the icon here. And I'm just going to give this maybe 5. And let's give text, I think font semi-bold or something, semi-bold. Okay, now this text is going to be text left. We don't want any text center text. left. Okay. No coding, it takes less than a minute. Let's just see. I don't know why this one looks like it is. I'm just going to say for this class name on the button, text left, don't want anything. Yeah, just like this. And then I'm just going to have padding y on this, more especially after this p tag. Just say put in top of 3. Okay, so we have this. Then for this, just go ahead and make it bold. If you look at this, and it has like a significant amount of padding. So can I just say padding y? I think we could just like give this padding y of 4. This would space, I think it very well. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and maybe just add this one to be text excel. Okay, this one, text excel. Okay, just like that. Okay, since this is a button, uh, when it is open, so we have to cater for that when it is open and when it is not. Actually, like, when it is active, I guess. So um, we have grid, which is looking great. I think we need just to give maybe on this some sort of padding, right? Maybe of 8. Just like way to spend more space this side. Okay, so this the button. I could duplicate this. Let me just duplicate the buttons. Okay. Great. So we have another one here. Let's go ahead and give it padding y, space y. So here we have space y of 4. Okay. So this is great. Now what we want is to start putting the concept of they just like have first of all the concept of mapping. Okay, so another thing we could just say that we could just let the button. Okay, this button we might just need to create a button just like this. So let me just create like a component down here, which is going to be like a function, like a button. Okay, just like this. Const. Do they like have like a function? Uh, Export default function, how it works. Why is this not working? Let me just say like console.log something. Let's say export. Function, this is function. Okay. We don't even need to export this, just name it as function. Let's say this one takes in children. Okay. And the children, of course, are of type React node. Just like this. And here you just need to return. And you're just going to return something like where we add the children, right? So like here your children. So this would be the button, I may say. Okay. I'm just going to say here button. Okay. If I want to create this as a button, and the okay. So for instance, all this becomes children, right? I just say text left. So here we just have like only class name of text left. Okay. So if we just go and I think this is the same thing if you just came down here. Okay. And you just say the button. Okay. And then here you can just like wrap some stuff. All this stuff in here, you can just pass them in here as children, right? If we do this, it should give us the same exact thing. Okay, so what I don't know is how do I add on click? Okay, how do I add on click, for instance? Because this one is fine. We could just like be passing in any other component, it will work. Okay, if I pass in any other component, it will work. Uh, okay, so how do we add in the so if for instance I want to add on click, how do I pass in all the like I pass in because if we just say for instance on click, okay, and it just you want to say for instance run a function, just like this, okay, and you want to say console.log alert. So you can select this is no type on click void is, so I would just want to get the props And like people might just like pass like props, and then like then they spread these props here. Okay, I'm just going to use ChatGPT. Okay, so I will just ask it a simple thing here. If I have this component, okay, this component, how do I pass all the button props? I don't know if it has understood. Okay. Okay, so this is how you pass in this one. I was almost a doing it. I don't know how I got. So you just like have these children, and then you pass in spread all the props, and the only thing you have to do is to define the type of these props. So is one, yeah, just like this. So now on a click will simply work. If we do like on a click or something, we can test that by first making this one a use client. Use client. Okay, so going back here, you can see use client. I'm just going to go here, inspect, go to console, and okay, so if you just click on this, so you can see here a console alert. Oh, great. So I need to make it if it is active and is not active. Okay, so how do we uh, do that? One thing it can't just do fine, but then we need control some things inside, for instance. Okay, the good thing is that the card we are putting in is of the same structure. It has the heading and then it has the content. Okay, yeah, so it has the heading and it has the content. How does that one tell us? Mm, okay, so I just want to customize also this, and then also this. So this is the content, and then this is the heading, right? Um, so if I'm just going to remove this, let me adopt this one. So I could just like have here const buttons. Okay. This can be an array. For each button has maybe maybe just a steps. Step 1. So for each button, has a step. If it was showing only one at a time, for instance, shows this one, but this shows all the three buttons. Okay. So just say the button has a title. Okay. That it has a title. Let's just go and copy some of these titles. Just like this. Okay. The second one. Okay. Just like this. Okay. And then finally, third one. You get the point. Okay. So step 1, step 2, and step 3. Okay. So this is the buttons. Okay. So we need to get the active button, right? So const active. So yes, it is active button set active button is equal to use state, and we can just say use state. We could just go and say buttons at 0, right? So now we have the active button, right? So for instance, we could just go ahead and map through all the buttons. Go to map, and you have the button. You could just like see like this, return the button, just like so. So in this button here, we can first give the key to btn.step. Okay, you could just like, of course, give this as an ID or anything you want. Okay, so we could check also with the active, right? If this button is active, so how do I know that this button is active? Uh, So we want, for instance, if it is active, I want to give this a class name. Okay. So we could just come here and we say const is active is if the active btn dot step is equal to btn dot step. So this would give us a boolean, right? And then we say if it is active, so here we could just give cn just like this. We pass nothing, we could first get this. Okay, I'm just going to pass in if is active is true. I just actually just say if is active, just go ahead and add the text green, maybe 600. So we could just have the buttons, and you can see like this one is green. And so by default, this one I think could take in also different components. These ones here, they could also take in different components, but this is show that this can be active, and then on click. Okay, so let's go ahead and just say on click, we could set active. Okay. So how do we change the active? Okay. Okay, so could you say set on click set active btn to, I think, btn. Okay, let's just say now if I click on the second one, you can see that the active is now moving, right? Great. Let's first put the titles actually. So here is btn dot title. Okay. Okay, that's good. We could also, of course, add space. And then another thing is that if it is active, this one is like, I think, minus. So if it is active, you say this one is having the minus. So you could just come here and say if is active. If this is true, then show, let's say this, it is this, right? And this, I'm just going to make it minus. We could just give this a class name. Okay. Let's say width is 5. H5. The same thing here. Okay, so you can see now it is showing minus. So you click this one becomes plus, and this one becomes minus. So the only thing now we just do is if it's not active, to hide the content. So how do we pass in the content? So in this one should have the content. So just create the content. Now the content should be could be like a component. Let me just, for instance, create this like as components. Okay, you could just like have, like, I just going to create it. If you just look at them, they have, I believe there is how they have a uniform thing. If you go to this one, anyways, they don't have a uniform, like they have their own component. You can pass in any component you want. Okay. Okay, that's great. Um, so for the content, this one, I'm just going to say, for instance, step one. So I'm just going to create another function here. Function, for instance, step, the component, step one. Okay, and then you have this, and then we have return, just like this. And let's go and copy this. Well, we have this. Okay. For instance, this is step one. It is a component very nicely. We just duplicate step two and step three. So for instance, in step two, this has something else. Let's just add this. Okay, then we have this send by email and show on dashboard. So like click symbold. So now is going to have, this is the icon, and then just have space y of 2. So this is another icon. The first one was send by email, so this is going to be email, and like send by email. Okay, and then down here, this is going to be show on dashboard. Okay, just going to leave the icon like that. And finally, step number 3. So this is step 3. Okay. Step 3 has one of these. Just like this. And protected data, then they're just like 3 here. Okay, space y of 3. So we have this one as protected data. So okay, next is editable invoices. Editable invoices. So you could just go ahead and we could just go ahead and okay, this is step 3. So now just go and apply these steps to these buttons content, or you could just like call this component any you want. I'm just going to say step one, for instance, step one. So just like this. Step two, and then step three. Okay, great. So down here, okay, where we have this, we can first get the component. So on top here, just say const component is going to be equal to component is going to be equal to btn dot content. Okay, now just come here and let's pass in the component just like this. Okay, they are saying that element type component does not have any construct or call signatures component to be used as JSX. Its type element is not a valid JSX element. Okay, so if you just look at this right now, this one is React.jsx component. And by the way, wait. We could just actually use it. Let me see. If I say btn dot content, I think this works actually because this is already a React JSX element. Okay. So if I go back and let's see. Okay. You can see like we have different really. I'm just going to first reduce the space y maybe of 1, even space y of 1. I don't know, like, does this has like padding already? Oh, this padding, the padding top of 3. I don't think we need it. These padding top. Okay. What we need is this one to have a padding y of 2 or 1. Okay. Okay, so this is great so far. So just want to only show this component only if it is active, right? So I'm just going to go here. So this, we could just say if is active. Let's first do this. Is active and just that. So you can see that we have this. You don't know why they are behaving like that. Okay, with the buttons. Text left. Yeah. So you can see right now we have this when it is active. If I click this one becomes like this, and then I have like this. Okay, so another thing, maybe we're just going to use flex for that matter here. So you're just going to say flex You can just say flex core, just like that. Okay, yeah. So you can see if I just click this, and you may just think that maybe it is an accordion of which is just looks like, but just a custom one, right? Now, what we just need is again to display here a different image. So as you can see, you just have like this image for here, and then if you click this one, and then if you click this one. Okay, so um we could pass the media. So for each active, I'm just going to add another thing here, like media. So just say media. And now the fact that we have both the video and the audio, sorry, and the image, we have this media to be having a type or something. So this is an actual video. As you can see, it can be downloaded to put direct. Okay. So what I'm just going to do is I just have media, and this is going to be an object. First of all, it will have type. So if it is type, for instance, image, and then the media itself. So we have media, and then the type, and then the media itself, maybe. So you're just going to add an image. Let's say we just a slash. We need to add the actual media. Can I just download these images, save? And then this, save. Okay, I don't have, and then even this save. This is for educational purposes. Please just find your own things or like the images really. So I'm just going to copy these three, take them to um preview fabric. So I'm just going to add these ones here. Let me just rename this to feature one, feature two, and then finally feature three. Okay, and I'm just going to go back here and I just put here, like for instance, feature one.png. Okay, so copy this, and then this is two, and then this is three. Okay, so this one I guess is .mp4. Okay, so this one is type video. So on this side here, we just need to show that. So where we have this one, I'll just add this div, and this side here, we just need to display either two things. We just check btn. We need to get the active. So just going to also use the Just going to say here const is active is equal to active btn. No, let's just go here and we're just going to use active btn. We're just going to just know the media type const media type is going to be equal active btn dot media dot type. So this one gives us the media type, and you're just going to start with saying media type. If media type is equal to video, that is the image. If it is equal to image, then we just use the image. Okay, we use the next image, just like so. It is. So we just use the video. Okay. Let's start with this class name. Let's give it a width of so we could just give width and height. Let's say width, then height. We could just find these figures out from here. 1080 by 951, 1080. So here is 1080, 951. Just say alt, alt, and then here is going to be source. So you have to say source, which is going to be active button dot media, just like this. And then for this one is going to be also the source. Okay, the source is going to be active active btn dot media. Okay, then we can't just first leave like that. We could just say loop. Okay, and then autoplay, autoplay, and then muted, just like this. Going back here. Okay, so we just have this. So you can just like we have this active. Click on this one, the image changes. Click on this, and we have the video. Okay, so this is like really super great. At this point, I'm feeling so nice. Okay, great. And I think is there anything missing? Maybe you just add a border bottom that only shows up. Yeah, just like show border bottom. So to where do we put the border bottom? If I wanted to border bottom on the buttons, so I'm just going to use here instead index. I will also access the index. And if you want to know if it is the index, const is last is going to be equal if the index is equal to btn if btn is equal to if the index is equal to btn, the or the buttons dot length, this will be a boolean, but that's not true if the index is equal button dot length. So for instance, index, they are zero based. Okay, I think so. We could just say console.log here, the index, and button dot length. So I'll just go back here, and I'm just going to go here. So you can say the last one is 2, 3. So this one must be like -1. Or you could just say index +1, or this one -1. Okay. So you just want to go ahead and put on the button, just on this. Let's see. Okay, I think this would go on the button class name. And we could just say, for instance, cn. Okay. And then you say if is last. Okay, so just going to say, okay, border b, and then if this is last, then want apply and border 0, like border 0. Now let's see. Okay, so you can't just see this here. Okay, you see this. Could just like add padding bottom to it of like 3 maybe. Okay. I just want to see it and you can see like the last one has no the border bottom, which is like really great. Okay, so great. And that part is also done. We could just go ahead and also bring in the testimonials. So after this, how it works, go back the page. Could just like go ahead and bring in here the within this, maybe just add testimonials. Let's see. Okay. Again, that is great. And then you can now add a YouTube video showing you how this can be done. Okay. So for the YouTube video, we can't just use a lot of stuff that can work. There is iframe. We could just go and say, for instance, iframe React. There is this stuff this which can give us an iframe. Okay, just like this. I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to install this. I'm just going to install this. Okay. Let's go ahead and add this iframe. So after the testimonials and everything, we can just also add another dot padding y of 16, and then we can just like add the iframe. Okay, we can just import this from React iframe. Okay, just like so. There are some other things you can specify. For instance, add additional styles. So you can put the class name, text in even the class name. So let's first look at this, how it is right now. I'm just going to go ahead and just get one of my videos on YouTube. I'm going to go to JB. Okay, and just get, and just, this is one of my videos. So how do I get the ID? Go to playlist, and let's go to this playlist. Scroll down to, okay, this is not the playlist I want. Is ways the modern next. I'm just going to go to playlist. I'm just going to choose this one. And if you haven't subscribed to the course, please, you could just go ahead and check out the link in the description. I just want to get any of these ones. Anyways, I just get one of these ones. So to see the ID, you can just go to share, then you just click on embed. So I think this is the ID, this one. I believe this must be the ID. They just copy everything and we're just going to get the ID out. I think this is the ID. Cut this and let's remove this. Good. Oh, so you put the whole link, this one. Let's just copy this whole source. So it takes in the URL just like this. Okay, let's see. Here, so this is the video. So we want this to maybe occupy the entire width. So how do I do that? You can just go back to this, and they're just saying here you can pass in, for instance, width of 100%, and also height of 100%. Okay, just like look at this. Okay, height of 100% does not make sense. Just leave height of 320, and we see maybe you could just instead pass in the class name of saying height of 96. If I remove this height, what happens? Yeah, so you could just like have this height. Maybe we could just instead passing height of 96, maybe 30 rem. Let's see this. Yeah, so you could just like pass in the video like this. We could also, can we just like border beam like this and make this relative. Okay, so the problem with this is going to be moving on top there. So what you can just do is instead the relative, add it inside just like this. Okay, so this will be, I think, moving on this. Now, light is invisible for some reason. Anyways, that is something which is not a big deal. I'm just going to take it back just like this. Remove this. And what we could just do is also this, add it like rounded. Okay, so we have the video you can add explaining yourself about the software, and then finally you can just add the pricing section. So you could also add the testimonials. I'm just going to copy this. Could just like add the testimonials just like this, and then finally we just need to have the pricing. Okay, so we have this, and then this, and then we have also this. So basically we have I'm just going to copy the same thing we have on top here. So if you go to this where we have this announcement plus this text center, so I will just copy this. Okay, we'll just copy this, and let's take it down all the way down to just down this. Okay, so we have an announcement, and you can just put anything you want. Okay, and then this. Okay, and we don't need the button at this point. Animated avatars, no, we don't need these. Okay, so we're just going to see. So at this point, yeah, I have this. We can just like reduce. Can we just use our normal heading? So I'm just going to say here normal subheading. So subheading. Did we call it section heading? Section heading. And just pass in the title. Just like this. So this should just be like really okay. Okay, great. And we could just also give it text balance if you wanted. Okay, text center. You could just give it one more text balance. Yeah, so this is the text balance. Okay, down here, I will just have the pricing .py of 8. So here is where I'm going to put the pricing. Okay. The pricing, these two components, and just I will just go and create this section pricing. So just create this, the pricing. Okay, where am I creating this? I'm just going to go to components and let's create the pricing. The tsx rc. Okay, just in 3 hours, which is okay. So you just need to you can see there's these two plans. One is for, I think they're all per one-time purchase. Okay, so they are all one-time purchase, one-time payment, one-time payment. Okay. I think we could just like adopt like the one for, if you want to just, we could just like start. It is good that you start with any startup, you start with any one-time payment. I think is much better. Or you could also just adopt like the one of Tailwind UI. So if you just go Tailwind UI, like to the second component, get this code, they take you to this pricing. So you see you have why you have this type of component, right? Buy once, use forever. So basically, you could also just get like for each individual if you wanted. You can see you can buy for the marketing only, or you can just like buy once and get for buy once and get forever, something like this. I don't know, could just like maintain this, and we're just going to make them two so that in the future when you want to make one for month and another one for year, it is very easy for you. Okay, so I'm just going to create these payment plans. const plans is equal to, so as you can see, a plan has they don't have really a title. Okay, they don't really have a title. They have the price. Okay, we are just going to say an object, so just say price, which is 49. Okay, then discounted price, discounted price, which is, for instance, 99. And then another thing they have is features. So they have features, which is an array. So just get these, for instance, and just paste them here, just like this. Okay, and then now you have this one, which is 69 and 119. So this is 69 and this is 119. You can just copy these, then this has like unlimited. Okay, so those are the two plans. I'm just going to go ahead and put these two plans. two plans. So here we can just like map through the plans. Plans dot map, and then you have a plan. So just return just like this. Okay, so the first thing is that we have the price, which is in this format. So on top, before everything, we have the price. Okay, I'm just going to say flex. So we have three spans. First one is putting this there. I'm just going to put here $plan dot discounted price, and then here we're just going to have plan dot price, and then you're just going to have USD. Is that so? Yes. So just go ahead and let's give this a class name. We could actually just copy this from typography here in this H1. Just copy this and let's give it to class to this. Okay, for these other ones, they have class name uppercase. Okay, for the other one, so we have also here $, and then we also have the $, here. Okay, and this is going to be a grid, so just a class grid grid equals 1 log grid equals 2. Okay, just like this, and let's give it a gap of maybe 8. Okay, let's connect the pricing. Let's connect it to the page. Okay. Okay, so this is how it looks like. Okay, just going back. Let's add like a key here. So key is I, then border. So just add a border just to, okay. Just going to add a padding of 8, maybe of 6. And then I'm just also going to add rounded, maybe SM or MD, whichever. Okay, so done. So according to how this is that means like justify. Here we have flex. So instead of saying items, let's say like if we say items and, yeah, just like that. And let's add a small gap of 2. Okay. Great. Let's add dot padding y of 4. We're just going also to map through plan. Plan dot features dot map item with this index, and let's go here and let's say return, and then just like say here. So we have a checkbox to check, and then we have a p tag which is item. Just give a key which is index. Okay, just go and see. Okay, that is it. So just go ahead and give this a class name with this 5 h5 margin right of 2 and flex string of 0, and let's add this as flex items center. Okay, just like that. And let's go ahead and just add space y of maybe 2. Yeah. Okay. Then we have these buttons, and then the padding this one has is like 8, if not 10. Okay. So then you're just going to add the button. So I'm just going to have, as you can see here, this is just like a custom link, like hard coded, as you can see. So I'm just going to call upon the button we created. So after this, then here, I'm just going to see custom this. So this takes in href and a title. Okay, I'm just going to do this. Href, let's put hash, and then the title. Okay, get design voice. So we're gonna say get started now. Okay, and then below it is where we have this. Okay, fund time payment, then it's yours forever. I'm just going to put this in a span update. I think this could underline. Okay. So you can't just see like we have this. I'm just going to give this a class of padding y of 3. Just, yeah. Okay. Now we need to just show one that one of them is the recommended one. Okay. So one of these is going to be recommended like this one. So that one is you simply add, for instance, recommended, and then you say true. This first one is going to be false, but the second one is going to have recommended true, and then we can just check that and we add some more things. So the first thing is that this one has a different border. Okay, I'm just going to first add a shadow to it. So this can be customized here by passing in cn. So cn, and then first passing in this, and then comma, if plan. So you could just say maybe is recommended is equal to plan dot recommended is const. So you can say const is recommended. So here just put is recommended. If this is true, then we apply, in fact, just and we apply border. First of all, just apply shadow. Okay, so now for the border, first of all, it's going to be border green 600. Now this border is let's just say border left, border left 2, then border bottom. I don't know if you can specify something like this, and then like border top, and then border right, like that. And you can just like go and check. Yep. So you have the border of that nature. Maybe we could just reduce this to 400. Yeah, like 400 or 500, whichever case. Okay, so what is missing is the roundness. So the rounded here is, I think, LG. Okay, the roundness is LG. And another thing I think is that this is having, if I just go back to page, we know very well that this is inside. I'm just going to make this 6. Okay, so you don't want to do that, right? So just first leave this one here. And now instead move the pricing out. So this, I'm just going to do a little bit moving it out. First do this. Let's first move it out. Anyways, just like here. So cut this and put it in MX max width of 6x. Right, and you say MX auto. Right, and then inside it, we'll first have this one. Okay, we'll first have this, and then we'll have this, like so. So now this one will remain like this, but this one will be much bigger, like that. I don't know if there's a lot of spacing, but that looks fine. And then you could again go ahead and link the testimonials. Okay. Yeah, so that's really a nice landing page. Really. Okay. This looks really, really nice. Okay. Then we have now FAQ. Okay. We have FAQ for this one. We're just going to use a subgrid. So I'm just going to duplicate this here, like so. I will just create a FAQ component. I'm just going to say here within these components, I will just create FAQ.tsx. So let's go to here. Let's get this accordion, and we just can first install it just like so. Okay, and then we can just now go ahead. Okay, there is slight you have to change in the config slightly. On the keyframes, we need to add these two keyframes. Let's go to keyframes, tailwind config, and let's start with the keyframes. And we already have it here, accordion down and up. Okay, radix content height. We already have them. I think even the animations, we already have them, so great. So simply go and get this one. And go to FAQ. So FAQ, paste here. I'm just going to say this as FAQ. Okay. The good thing with this one is that the content can also take in like links and everything you want. So if you compare with this, for instance, if you want to put even links like this one is very okay. I can just give you example. Why do I need Zen voice? So for instance, you could just go here. Why do I need a Zen voice? Okay, and I'm just going to go ahead. For instance, in the content, let me put this. Okay, so where we have the link is here. Stripe takes 2%, so Stripe here, up here. So this you can just say link. Okay, now this if it is just going to be linking within, just pass in href of hash, and then inside put in this. Okay, so you just notice that if you go back here, let's go and put FAQ. So basically this should be a grid also. I'm just going to do this. Okay, section heading. Okay, title is going to be frequently asked questions, and then I will also have this. So I'm just going to go ahead and add here also grid gap of 8, and then like grid cores 1, LG grid cores 2. Okay, and let's go ahead and link FAQ in the page. So here I will put FAQ just like this. Okay. Okay, so you can see frequently asked, and if you just click down, you can see the link is here. We can go ahead and style this in the FAQ. You can just go ahead and link class name of underline, for instance. Okay, so you can see it here, and maybe you can bold it. That's it. Just give it underline only is enough. Okay. So here you could just like this part here of accordion. Just going to give it text Excel. I'm not sure if that one is going to affect these headings. Okay, so the headings are okay. Yeah, so this looks now nice. Okay. The titles, and you could also just go ahead and give this stuff, but I think this is good enough. Frequently asked questions, you can just like go ahead and add add all these. I'm not going to add more, but that is already looking cool. Then you can just go ahead and add the or post as usual. You can just go ahead and add the stuff, but I'm not going to add on this. Each type invoice, you can just create a CTA and then finally a footer, right? Let me just end with that. So the last section is going to be like the first section. So I'm just going to go here. So I'm just going to go down here and the maybe I'm just going to go down here and add this. Okay, so you could have this. Okay, and then for the text, let's have this. And then finally, we have our button. Okay, we have our button like this. So finally, what I'm just going to add is the testimonials. So after this, okay, let me see. Okay, so we have this. I'm just going to reduce the remove this. That's the only thing we need to remove the announcement. Just remove this. Okay, so you have this looking gorgeous. Okay, and then you have the footer, which closes it all, right? Yeah, so this has been like really nice. Okay, so in the next section, I'm just going to see the time. I need this to be about maybe 4 hours or something. Okay, so after building this, what we just need is to add the dashboard, right? Yeah, we need to add the dashboard. I'm just going to add one more link here text to the dashboard quickly. Maybe for this one, I will put dashboard for the first link. I'll just go here. Okay, so I'm just going to go dashboard, and then this one is going to go to dashboard. Okay. Maybe just go to dashboard. Go to dashboard. Okay, so you just say go to this, it takes you to the dashboard. Okay, so what we just need is to change the layout of this dashboard, and then we change this layout here. We have the layout, so we need the header and the footer. Okay, Now the header shouldn't just be add. Just go to shad. Okay, I'm just going to go to shad here. Let's go to blocks. Do we need blocks? So just going to add. We need to add this. Okay, so this one here is the one I'm just going to add. So the easy one, I think we can just use like lift mode and see. Okay. So you could just go here, copy everything, code, and just go to the dashboard page here, and just paste everything here. Okay, and let's install the ones we don't have. Okay, I'm just going to install badge and the card input and this sheet. Okay, so just go here. Let's go ahead and install those ones. Go back to the components, just any component will work. And so copy this. Okay, so I don't want to install a lot. I want to install, first of all, for instance, sheet input. Okay, sheet input and then the card. And then the badge. Okay, the badge, just like that, UI badge. Okay, and those are the ones. Just go ahead and install these ones. So as they are installing, we need to separate these into to put them in the layout. So we need the sidebar. So in the component, I will create a new folder called dashboard. And the dashboard will add in the sidebar. So we just say sidebar.tsx rfc sidebar sidebar, and then here we're just also going to go ahead and put in the either navbar or just header, whichever you choose. Navbar.tsx rfc, and I'm just going to say here h2. Okay, just say div, and inside here just going to say navbar. So after finishing that, if you go back to here, this is how the dashboard looks like. Export default. Okay, let's just go to dashboard. I think export default. Since it's a page, just say export default. Just be export default for all pages. Okay, so we have this. This is our dashboard. So we need to separate this, right? The first thing we need to do is going to be that when you separate the header from the footer. So that's the first thing I'm just going to do. we need to separate where we have the header and the footer. So if you just click here, there is this header, and then there is main, and then this side is sidebar. So if you just go here and do something like this, so you see like these are well organized. Okay, so this one you see here is a sidebar. So I'm just going to cut this and add sidebar, and go to the sidebar, and let's go and return this. Of course, we need to import a lot of stuff. So what I'm just going to do is simply going back to the page, and let's put everything on top here. Just copy them, put them here. Okay. And then finally going back here, we'll also remove this header. So this is the nav bar. So this is the nav bar. Just like so. Go to this nav bar and let's return this. Similarly, just copy all the exports in this. Just like this, copy them and put them in the nav bar. Just like this. Okay, we still have two. Just remove this. Okay, so going back to the page. So as it is here, just simply copy everything the way it is like this, and this is going to go to the layout. So just go to this layout and return this. And what it is main, so where you see import sidebar, import navbar. So here where we have this main, just put children. So you could just go ahead and put children. So here, children, like so. And in the page, so remove everything and leave main. Okay, just like this. So all these imports and exports, simply remove them. All these icons, remove, badge, remove. Okay, so this is still exactly the same thing. If I refresh, it is exactly the same exact thing, only that now these are separated, right? These are separated. Then to show you how to create at least one page, okay, I'm just going to go here and create one page. So in the dashboard, let's create like a page of products. I can just like say here products, and then inside the products, let's just add page to tsx RFC, and then here h2 of products. Okay, so I'm just going to go to the sidebar. So the sidebar is the one which is holding all the links. Sidebar like this. Okay, you can remove the unnecessary import from the sidebar. So we have these links, and definitely I'm just going to go ahead and put them in. So sidebar links, const sidebar links is equal to an array. So if you wanted to maintain the same format, where you have like orders, you have like 6, and you can go ahead for the link. It has a title, so we can just have exactly the way they are. We have dashboard, orders, products, dashboard. Just href slash dashboard, and then I'm just going to have we have title, and then they have the icon, so you can just say icon. It's going to be home. Okay, so they just duplicate all these 2, 3, 4, 5. Are they 5? Yeah, they are 5. Just add commas. Okay, and the second one is orders. So this is like orders. Then here is like orders. Icon is shopping cart or something. Okay, and then the third one is products. Okay, this is on products. The icon is maybe, I don't know if this is like a box or something. Let's just go and see package. I think this package. And then we have customers. And then here we have customers. This is going to be users. And then finally, we have analytics. We have analytics. Analytics. And the icon is line chart. Line chart. So we want to include the count. If you wanted to add the count to these links, like how many items are in the, for instance, orders, the way they are there in the order 6. So you could just come here and you just add like the count, and then you add the count of 6. Add comma here. So this will be only in this in that. I will just go ahead and map through these. So I will first remove all the links. I will remove the links and leave only 3 links. The one of orders, maybe the one of products, which has the active class, and then remove the one of customers and the one of analytics. I'm just also going to remove the one of dashboard. Okay, so just go ahead and map. I'm just going to use this one. So sidebar links. Okay, dot map, and they just say have item with index, and then just return, and just going to return this. Okay, so inside here I'm just going to say const icon const icon is equal to item dot icon. This is what we're just going to use here as icon. Now for the badge, just only put the badge. So you're just going to say if item dot count and so if this is there, then so the badge, which is going to be count item dot count. For the href, let's just put href item dot href. Now there is where we have these classes, two classes here, and the one of active, you can just see like where we have like products. Okay, where we have like this product, you can see it as the active class. So what I'm just going to do is I will use cn here. Okay, I will also check const is going to be if item dot href is equal to item. Maybe we could just like consider path name actually. So const path name is equal to use path name. Okay, is equal to use path name, just like this. So inside here we could just find this, which is equal to path name. If they're the same, then here we first put this comma. So this one has to be put in the cn. Put this, and then we're just going to put comma. Okay, if is active, if it is true, or we could just say and, then apply some classes from this here. Okay, I'm just going to remove this link. So we just don't want to repeat. So like item center, gap 3, rounded. Okay. Then BG is okay. Paddings, they're the same. Text primary. BG muted. Text primary transition. And then hover. Okay, so just like this. Okay. We just need to make this one use client because of using use path name. So on top here, I'm just going to say use client. Okay, so now you can just see like we have something like this. So you can see like just like all of them has, let's check here, dashboard. Orders. Let's click oh, so we haven't added, let's go ahead and add. Let's go and add here where there is this orders item dot title. Okay, so you can see dashboard. If I go to products, so everything's supposed to be prefixed with dashboard. Okay, except like dashboard. So all this one is, let's prefix this with dashboard. Okay. Let's go back to products. So it's going to be like dashboard products, and you can see we have it there, and the active class is working. Okay. So this side you have also this. So basically, this now you have the dashboard included in this starter kit, right? I'm just going to add one link. Now that link, I'm just going to put it in that. I'm just going to copy this link and just simply put it outside here. Icon is going to be external link. Title is going to be live website. The badge, we don't need the badge. Is active. This is not required. href is going to be slash. Okay, so just have like this live website, which takes us back to the home page, and then like the dashboard like this. Okay, so there are two things I think which are missing, I guess. That is like authentication and the data table. At least it needs to come when it has like a data table. Okay, so let me just like take a break. I'll just come back and see. Let me see the time, 4 hours. Okay, so next, as we said, we are remaining with two things to add to this starter kit. The first one I want to add is a data table. Okay, a data table is going to be of this nature. Okay, so you need to add a data table of this nature. Like you have like categories, and then there's this export and import, and then you have this search box. As you can see, this works mobile phones like this. So we need to add something like this data table, okay, with some of these filters. And this one is just going to help us really make sure that when you start, you just simply be copying and pasting, because this is a reusable thing, right? Okay, so how are we going to add this? We're just going to add it on, let me just go ahead and add one link called categories, so that you just use that one as an example. So in the links here, I'm just going to add, after the customers, let me just add categories. And then we're just going to say customer dashboard categories. And then here is going to be layout, maybe grid. Okay, so we have this link here, categories. Now we can just go ahead and create this page. Okay, so to create this, you just need to go here. Okay, just go dashboard, and then you have to create, within this, we need to create categories. So I'm just going to go here and create a folder called categories. And then within the categories, I'm just going to create, okay, you need to create, within this, you need to create three things. The first one is going to be page.tsx. The second one is going to be columns. So you have like columns.tsx. The third one is going to be like a new folder, so we have like new, and then here just going to have also page.tsx. So this is the structure how it should be. You have like a folder categories when you want to create a new, or you want to create column, then the columns, and then the page, which is displaying the page. Now let's look at the components that we might need. So just go back to, we can just go back to the documentation. Now this time there is what there is data table down here, and you just need to see that you need to install the dependencies, and the dependencies are these ones. So I just copy this. Let's first install these dependencies. Okay. Let's just for this. So just going to say npx prisma. Oh, sorry. Just paste this. And this one is add the table, and now you have to also add a dependency of turn stack react this turn stack react table. So just add also this turn stack, just like this. Okay, now you can see the folder structure I was talking about. Let's take you have the root dashboard inventory categories. You have to have, for instance, in the categories, you have the new columns, and then you have the page. This is exactly how we did it. Okay, so go ahead and create that route with those files of which you have done. Then folder structure for the components. So we have to create components. Now we have two things: data table components and data table columns. So I'm just going to go and create those ones in the components. We'll create, these are folders or files? They are folders. So just go back to this. Let's create a folder, a data table components, or what? Yeah, data table components and columns components. And then you're going to have also data table columns here, data table columns, just like this. So you have those two, and so go ahead and create these components. So you have column data table. So columns.tsx will contain our column definitions, data table will contain data table, and page will contain where we will fetch the data. So we start with create the page.tsx in the categories. So we just copy this, and this is going to be the page. So just go to categories in the dashboard here, and this is where the page is going to be. So paste this, this is the page. Okay, so if you just look, we have a lot of things. Okay, we should have like these actions. Okay, I will create this to contain the actions. We might not necessarily create them, but let me just create a folder for actions, just like this, actions. And then inside the actions, let's create categories. As you can see, categories, the ts, put use server. Okay, use server. And then you're just going to say export async function get categories, just like this. Okay, so let me just go ahead and look at this page. Okay, action get, this is good, get categories. And I'm just going for now to make it empty to just simply move on. So I'm just going to say const categories is equal to an empty array categories. I'm just going to put this in a try catch, and then just const, and then just say return categories. Okay. We can just give this like any, and then here, so just console.log error. So within the page, we can just do this. Okay, so now as you can see, we need to create a number of components. So continue here, create the columns.tsx, which is this one, column.tsx. Just go here, just copy paste this column.tsx, and let's move on. Create the components in the data table components. Let's start with action column. So this is data table components. So just go to components, data table components, not columns, data table components. The first one is this. Copy, and let's add this here. Okay. This one has the importing the delete and edit button. Let's move on. So they have the date column. Okay. So just first make this is date column .tsx. So within these ones, create another one, date column .tsx, and let's add this. Okay. We'll move on. There is image column, so you can just come here and you have the image column. Okay. Image column.tsx, which is this. Okay. Move on. There is sortable column.tsx. So just go ahead and create sortable column. Sortable column. Okay. So just add the sortable column. Move on, create the data table components. So there is this data table. So let's create data table, which is this. Okay. It also has the pagination, which we're just going to add. So scroll down. So create data table pagination.tsx. So just create data pagination.tsx, and in this add this one, data pagination. Okay. Then is data table toolbar. Okay, and then paste in this one, and then scroll down. We have data table this. Just add this, and I think those are the ones. So we have the action, the columns. I think we mixed the columns inside. I'm just going to say like this. What do we create? The action column, these columns, let's just move them to data table columns. Just like this. So we have the data table columns and data table components. Okay, so just go ahead and just look at what is maybe missing in this. Action column is missing these two buttons, the delete button and the action edit button. Okay, they are in actions. I don't know where to get those ones, but for now, uh, that should be it. Okay, so let's just like make the errors disappear. So start with the delete btn. Now, depending on how you want to create a delete btn, I can just find these actions. Let's just go, where can I find these ones? You can also just go actually to let's just go back to projects, and I could just go to this project and the components. Let's look for where we have like actions. I don't know where we can find the action. Delete btn from actions. Okay, so I will just go to, let me just try to look for these. Just look for these components. Okay. So the delete btn, I don't know where these ones come from. I just want to add on these ones. Okay. So I will just replace all these data table components. I'm just going to add two components. Just I will copy everything, and let's open ours here. Data table, let's see. I will just open data table with The ones we just copied were data what? This is data table components, data table. So within this one, reveal data table components. Let me just like remove all these, put these ones, data table components, and then I also replace with the data table columns. Okay. Now we might not just need this invite user. Just copy this and we just need to replace with these ones. Okay, so let's go ahead and see. For instance, in this we need like get normal date. We're just going to get those ones. Here we need to install a lot of things here. This is action column. We don't need all these ones actually. I'm just going to leave only one. I will just leave only one. Okay. Just like this. If is equal to category, and then we have these. The remaining ones, I'm just going to remove all these. Let's go ahead and we'll just delete these. I will just include React Host. So let's just go and install npm install React code host, just like this. Okay. Then we need to also add a dialog. Alert dialog, alert dialog. Okay. And then lastly, we need to get these actions. Okay. So for these actions, I can just go ahead and create this action. Here in the categories, I can export just like this. Just delete category. Just a minute. Okay, so I believe this one takes in ID of string. We can just like const. We can just like simply in this return okay, just like return. So const category is equal to maybe an object and then return category, just like this. Okay, doesn't matter. And then I will just simply bring it actions category export delete category by ID, and you can see it comes from actions categories. So we can just go into remove this. The one in the columns, where was it coming from? The one in the page. Okay. Let's just go to this side. In the action, this one is going to be categories, just like this. So this one, we don't have, I guess, anything. If response, so let's just say response is an object. Which has okay, true, okay. So in this action column, the response is okay. So this one has no problem. Date column is missing this function get normal date. I'm just going to add that function. Get normal date. So we have a lot of things. Date filters, get normal date. Okay. Just copy these two and let's add them inside the lib. Okay. Inside the lib. Let's just inside the lib. So this function, the get normal date function, is here. Can just say get normal date. It just takes in these options and then like it formats the date with first, second, blah blah, like this. Okay. Then we have the filters. This one are going to install Datatables. Okay. You can just go ahead and install Datatables npm. So you can just say Datatables npm. Datatables npm. Just install Datatables. Just like this. Now there's another one which is Datatables. This plugin is between. So this one is a plugin. I believe you have to install it. Datejs is between npm. You say Datejs is between plugin npm. Just say if you can just exit. I think like this is done. It's just like you don't need to install it. So by default it will be there. Okay. So going back to these ones which are red, let's just see the reds we have here. We have data pagination, which we have somewhere, data pagination. Let me just go down here. Okay. Go to the pagination. The pagination needs some components. I'm just going to install right now. I'm just going to add select, and then from there we just need to install these radix icons. So you can just add npm radix icons npm. Just like this. Okay, so this should just now be okay. For the table toolbar, we have this view option, which I think we are not even using this. Just going to remove it. Okay, you could just go to this, make sure everything is right. Okay, so for this one, we just need to install React Tailwind Select. Okay, you can just like do this npm. It is React Tailwind Select is here. Just copy this and let's go ahead and install this. Okay. Okay, so this one we just sort these two. And finally, we have this date range filters, which you need to install the date fn and React date picker. So just add this. And let's also install React date picker, React npm. Just like this. I don't know if date and if does it need. Okay, then finally we have the calendar. So let's go ahead and install the calendar and the popover. So we need to install these two. So just do like this, calendar and the popover. So just say come here and just say pop over and then the calendar. These are calendar just like this. These are shadcn components. Okay, I think we're good. Then we have the search bar, which doesn't need anything. And then for this one should just be good because it installed them. Okay, so we don't have any errors per se. Okay, let's just go back to the page. Okay, these category from props, we don't need them. Now we have these the props from Prisma and so on and so forth. So the easiest way is we could just go ahead and add some Prisma. So just going to say Prisma npx. Just say that is npm install Prisma, and this thing is save dev dash save dev, just like this. And then I'm just going to install Prisma client. Okay, just install Prisma client, and I'm just going to just going to add only one. We have even also a database connected. So to simplify this, just go back to the documentation, this one. Now we are done with this one. We need to add Prisma, so you can just go to authentication here. So you can install Prisma and Prisma client. And let's go ahead and initialize Prisma. So initialize Prisma like this. This will create the schema. And then you have to add your MongoDB URL. And then let's go ahead and create this. Right? I'm just going to create this, copy the schema, and let's go and modify the schema here. So you can just go ahead and modify the schema like so. Just replace this like this. Now we don't need product. We're just going to create only for the category, and just going to remove this. So just only putting the category. You can just add anything you want. I'm just adding this to give us what to use. The category has image URL, description, and so on and so forth. Okay. I'm just not going to put this. I just say title, slug, and the image, and maybe the description, full stop. I will just simply add the database. I will pause and get my database URL. I will just simply add it here. Okay, you just also go and add yours here. Just going to add mine. So I've added my own environmental variable for the database. So I will just go ahead and push the changes. So in other words, we just need to create npx prisma db push. Okay. So after adding that, some things are going to change. Okay. So for instance, this, we need to add some few things like scroll here, create this DB. Okay, so I'm just going to go in Prisma where we have Prisma. Just create db.ts, db.ts, paste this and change where we have Prisma client. I'll just name it as db. Just like this. Okay. If you go to page, so you can see like category now is seen. We have this page header, which is a dashboard page header, and data table from data table. So let me just go and import data table like this. Okay, so just remaining with only the page header. So I will just go to copy the table header. Okay, so let me just copy this. In the dashboard, let me just add inside okay, so this one has three things. I'm just going to go dashboard, tables. There is this button, custom data table. I don't know. We just need table header. Just going to scroll down here. Table header has this XLSX package. So I'm just going to say x86 npm. Okay, just install this one. Okay. And then we have the scroll area component. Don't need this. I need to have this scroll area. So just have this scroll area. Okay. Those are the only ones. Okay, so there is all these. Uh, you could just like add these export to Excel functionality. Okay, we have this Excel to functionality. So the only thing I just need to add also is the dialog. Can I just get the dialog? Just add dialog. Okay. The button is there. Now we have to generate slug plus format bytes, action category, create body categories. I guess I'm just going to remove all others. Let me first remove this. I'm just going to leave only one. I will just leave only one, I guess, like so. Create body categories. So all others which are not necessary, I will remove them. So we remain with only these three in the lib. So just get the generate slug, format bytes, and export data to Excel. So I'll just go to here, generate slug, format bytes, and finally export to, just copy these ones. Just in the lib, let me just add these ones. Okay, so we'll be now remaining with create body categories. I'm just going to create this one. It doesn't necessarily need to do anything. So I'm just going to create this. It should take in categories. I will just say any for now. And then just say return. Whatever it returns doesn't matter. Let's go back to this side. Okay, so components UI dialog. I don't know why has not installed. Let me just go ahead and try to install it one more time. The spelling of dialog. Okay. Okay, so custom, let's look at this one. Okay. Then this, I don't know why we're just using this dialog demo. So far I think we are good. Page. Let's get a page header. Page header. Where is the page header? Let me first see. Page header is comp dashboard page header. Like, why don't we have the page header? I have table header. I don't know if it's like there is need to have like page header. So you can just look into this categories page. Okay, so this one is table header. Instead, of page header, we just call it table header. And just copy this and just pass in the table header just like so. So just like import this. Component dashboard table header. I don't know what's the okay, so in the columns category form, I just go ahead remove all these ones. Just going to get the category from Prisma. And install the checkbox. Checkbox. Okay. Okay, so the page is having some errors. You wonder why? Okay, so we have only one error right now, which is this. Okay, the action column, I don't know if we have it. I'm just going to leave it like that. So let's just go ahead and visit the categories page. Okay, so you can see the categories page is here. There is a few things to change, like on this. This is tailwind select, tailwind select package. This one, there is one thing we need to change, which is adding this in our tailwind config. Okay, so tailwind config, just add this here. Okay, and then for others, let's just see. Okay, so you can see now this one is looking great. So just go ahead and give the padding, overall padding to the page. So you can just go to categories, page. Okay. Just on the page, let's give a class name of padding of 8. Yeah. So you can see now we have at least one data table. We just have a data table, and this makes our, so there is one thing that is going to remain, which is going to be authentication, and I will see if I can add it in the next video. Hello, welcome. So I'm just going to continue with our starter kit. So I took a rest. This was supposed to be episode 2, but I'm joining you to be just continue on this, so that it is just one video. So in this second part, we're just going to look at, one is to fix our forms. So just going to add in a lot of form inputs, and so that we have consistent forms, we have everything consistent. The way you see, for instance, in this app we created here, you can see that the inputs are very consistent. They can take icons. You can find others don't have icons. So it is a really nice thing. So you're just going to really work on that. Okay. So for the inputs, just going to start by putting, I'm just going to start by putting tailwind forms, tailwind forms plugin, and this can be found on GitHub. Okay, just search tailwind forms, you will come to this page, and let's first install it. I'm just going to let me just first close this. I'm just going to go here and install this tailwind forms. Okay. And then next thing you have to do is add this plugin in your config. So I will scroll down here and I will add the config. Scroll down here to where we have the plugins. So I will just put a comma and I put another plugin. So put comma and then put this plugin. Okay, so that's it. So next thing after adding that, we're just going to add in different form inputs. Okay, and you can see this one has been fixed, which is really nice. So I'm just going to go ahead and add in different form inputs that we can reuse in our app. And starting off, we're just going to scroll down. Starting off is the React query editor. So the first thing you have to first install this React query. So this one helps us to write things like a blog and so on, and many others. Okay, so just go ahead and install this. And then next, I'm just going to create a folder for the form inputs. So in the components, I will create a folder for form inputs. I'm just going to right click, create a new folder for inputs. And starting off is the query, React query editor. Okay, and we can just see here is going to be called query editor. So I will go here and create here query editor .tsx. Let's drop this. Okay, so this is all we need for the query editor. Let's move on. And even the usage is there. I put the usage if you want to use it. So moving on is form select input. You have to first install this, which we have already installed, and also modify your tailwind config. The code for this, we're just going to go ahead and add it. So I'll just go here. Okay, I'll just go to code, copy this, and this is form select input. I'll go inside input. I'm just going to say form select input .tsx, and just add this. So you can see this one has some dependency components like this add new button. So if you just continue here, there is a dependency components add new button .tsx. So I will create. I will just also put it in the form inputs. So copy this and let me add it here. Okay. So now what I have to make sure is everything here is there. So it uses the button, add components, and then it also uses the tooltip. I think we don't have the tooltip. I'm just going to quickly go to shard. So go to where we have the tooltip installation. Let me copy this. Okay. So that is we add the tooltip. Next, I think that's the only thing. So here, let's go ahead and import this. Just say from inputs, just like this. So we have this form input added. So we just need to add all of them in our starter kit so that the usage is put here just in case you want to use it. We have this single input. Now for the image, we need to upload to do upload thing. Okay, as you can see here, I'm just going to first insert upload thing. Okay, and then let's just copy this. Image input, this one is called image input. Create image input.tsx. Okay, we have for the procedures to install this. So you go back to the installation, there is a whole documentation here that we're going to use to install. So first of all, install this, add environmental variables. Okay, so I'm just going to go to the dashboard and get the environmental variables. Just going to go ahead and I sign into my account. Okay, so I'm just going to choose any of the project. I can create a new app specifically for this. Next.js starter kit. Okay, I'll create a new app and then I will just go to API keys and you can just copy them. Go to the environmental variables and let's add these here. Okay, I'm just going to close this. So going back here, after you have added the variable, environmental variables, just go ahead and let's go ahead and do uploading core. So I'm just going to create this inside the API. So copy this and let's go create the file inside our app. So right now we don't have anything to do with API. So I'll right click new file and let's go ahead and create this. So this creates the API folder and then creates upload, then core.ts. Let's add this code. Okay. We can this one and we can just go ahead and remove some things. For instance, you don't need anything to do with the middleware. Okay. And then this console.log, you can also remove it. Okay, so here you can return whatever you want here. Okay, so this is the only thing you just need, just like this. This auth is not required. Okay, so after finishing that, let's continue. Create a file in the router. So we just need another file called upload thing route.ts. So I'm just going to copy this. And now inside the API upload thing, create a new file called route.ts. Okay, as simple as that. There is nothing you need to. And then you can just now modify tailwind to use this. So I normally will copy this like this. And then go to the tailwind config. Okay, so just add everything on top here. Okay, so you have this with UT. So you just go ahead and copy everything within this config, everything within the config, just like this. You can copy them and then just go ahead and paste them within this Okay, just paste them. Okay, now you can just say go ahead and remove this config. Okay, so it should remain with everything working. You can now remove this config. Okay, next, create the upload thing components. So you can just go in the utils and create this upload thing.ts in the utils, or you can just add it in the lib. Okay, anywhere you want, you just add it here in the lib. And then we can just copy this and we're just going to add it in here. Now for these other ones, these here, you can just go ahead and import the file router, just like that. Done. Then mount the button. So now we are done. So that's the only thing you need to do. Only thing you have also to do is this upload thing SSR plugin. So in the layout, let's go ahead and add this. So I will go in the layout, and the only thing you need to do is copy this, go to the layout, okay, and then in the layout you just simply need to add in, as you can below the body here, you can add this. Okay, so you can first import the file router. You can also import this extra config something. You can see these imports are on here, and I think those are the only two you need. And of course they also this. Alternatively, you can just like get it from here. Copy. So just going to add it here. Okay, great. So everything in the layout is fixed, and that's only thing you need to do. We are done. So this one, we can just go back to this here, the single input. So if you just go back to the image input, let's bring all the things we need. For instance, the upload button. I'm just going to go here, look for the upload button, so you can see it is in the lib. Okay, great. So we don't have any errors. Let's go and do mat for image input. The same thing, you install upload thing, and let's go to here, multiple image input. I'm just going to go here, multiple image input, the tsx, paste everything here. So everything here should also be working perfectly. So you go to the usage and look at how this can be used in your application. We have text input. Okay, so for the text input, you need to install these two things, Tailwind Forms and React Hook Forms. Okay, so I'm just going to go here, install the React Hook Forms. We have already installed the Tailwind Forms. So now I'm just going to come here and create a text input. Text input within this, I say text input the tsx. Okay, so here everything is okay. Next, we have text area. So we're just going to copy this text area. Text area input.tsx. Paste it here. It has no problem. And I think then we have the radio input. Radio input the tsx. Okay, it has no problem. And then finally is where we have some of these: the submit button, the close button. So just go and create the submit button. Then the form inputs, submit button.tsx. Okay, so is also there. There is a close button. Close button.tsx. Okay, and the usage, and under usage, you can see they can be used in the form as a footer and the header. So now we can just go ahead and create at least one form specifically for this category. When someone says add a new category, and this is to help you understand how to implement this. So we just add here new category. Okay, if I click here, it should take us to the new form. You can just go back here, dashboard, categories. In the new page, right now we don't have anything. Okay, I can just put h2 of a new cat. Okay, so this has inventory. So let's go to first of all the page, and this one is going to be dashboard category new. So we have to create also a 404 page at some point. So just going to add new category. So here we just need to add the form. Okay, so just you can just go to here and you can go to the form. I'm just going to copy here everything. So normally what we do is that on this we go and create forms where you can put your forms in the components. I'm just going to create another folder called forms, and then here you can just put your forms. So for instance, category form .tsx like this. So you can just like put your form like that. Okay, so we can start now looking at some few things we can do. Okay, so we have to bring in the form header and some other things, right? So you can just like form header and form footer here. So you can just go ahead and I'm just going to copy them, and I'm just also going to put them in the forms, I guess. So I say form header the tsx. Okay, so this is the form. Okay, this is the form footer. Okay, just create the form header. And then let's create the form footer. Okay. This is form header.tsx, and something is wrong. Okay, so you can just like bring in, for instance, the buttons, the cross button, and the submit button. Just go ahead and bring in these. So from down here, we can bring in the cross button, and then okay, the same thing to the footer. Let's bring in these two. And the submit button. Okay, like so. So we are good. So in the category, for instance, our category has a few things. I'm just going to bring in the footer. Okay. I will also create the types in a second, and then these text inputs. So if you remember in the schema, our category has only these few things. I'm just going to turn back to the category form. So I want you to remember that we have a few things. I will remove all these things here. We shall import them. Okay. So I'll just like import whatever we need. We shall bring it. There is from select, from footer, everything. So I'm going to start by creating some types. So just click here and create a folder of types. And then here you can just say types.ts. And for instance, when just say type export type category props. Okay. So you have the title, which is a string, a slug, which is a string. We have the image, which is a string. And then we have the description, which is a string. Okay. So we go back here. Now let's start using this category props, import them. We don't have this part here. This here, we don't have this. Okay, we don't have this. We don't even have status. Okay. Okay, so just making this very easy. So okay, so we'll just create those in a second, but let's focus now on the form. So we need the form header, which takes in category and that. We need the text input for the title, text area for the description, and lastly, we don't need this. We simply need the image. So I'll just remove this. So we need, also we don't need the status. So we can just bring in the image input. Now image input takes in an endpoint. So we can create this endpoint category image. And we can create this inside the API, not route in the core. So we have this, can put category image, and let's give this one 1 MB, as simple as that. Going back to category form, so we are good. Let's fix a few things like the footer. Okay. Okay, so then we have to create also some of these actions very fast. The one for update and the one for create. So I'm just go here. I will refresh this. Now you must check. We could just see somewhere. Um, I could just like search here. Maybe what can I search for? Let's see if we can say generate, for instance. Okay, so mm, okay, let me just check. So for these different server actions, for instance, the update and the create, we can just go to back here. So you will see we have reusable components. There is what is reusable functions. And under this, we have the utils functions that you just use in day-to-day in your programming. You can just find you need any functionality here. You can just come and copy this function and use it. But there is also here a tab for actions. And for instance, creating a new category, I'm just going to copy this. And I will just go to where we have actions on top here, categories. We already had gate, and I will simply just create one on top here. Okay, I will create this, create category, which takes in category props. Okay, and then this one is going to be DB. So we're just going to have creating a new category like this. Change this to DB, and then import revalidate path, and that's it. And this one is on dashboard categories. Okay, so this is the one for creating a new category. Let's get another one that is required, which is date category by ID. You can also just put, like, for instance, get all categories. I'm just going to get this. Okay, for instance, change this to DB. Remove this. Okay, and then you can also put the one of deleting the delete category. There is get a category by ID. There is get a category by ID. This one is okay. There is one for update. This one is update category. I will rectify that. Okay, so you can update category by ID. You can also just put the one for deleting. Delete category is here. PP. Okay. It is also create bulk. The one for creating bulk is here. Okay. That is for creating bulk. So we just wanted this update in the form. So going back here in the form, you can have this create plus the update. Okay, so now we are good. I can remove the things we don't need here. Okay. So we can now go ahead and use this on the page. So if I just go to the new page, I can add a class name of maybe padding of 8. So I can just come here and I say category form, just like this. And if you just look at it, let's edit a little bit. We don't need the main categories because we're not using them anywhere. Okay, so going back to the page, new, we should be able to see new form just like this. Now here supposed to have a placeholder image. I'm just going to also get it, and this you can get from shad. So just go to shad. Let's go to shad and go to where we have blocks. Scroll down to where you see any image here, like this. Save the image. So you notice the image is called placeholder. Okay, and I will just copy this and I will drop this in our project fabric. I will drop this in the fabric. Okay, so I've added that. So this should just automatically work here. Refresh. So this is going to be the default image. So far so good. As you can see, we have the create category. So now this should actually be working. Speaking of which, if you go here, everything is connected. We provide the slug from generate slug. Now we could check if we have this generate slug, and you can see it is there. And these functions, for instance, generate slug, you can get them from the documentation here. Okay, you can just come here and we have somewhere where we have generate slug under utils. Okay, so under utils, you have somewhere generate slug. It is here. You can just come and copy it and use it and functions. So just try to create and we'll see if this one actually creates. Let's see. In the form header, so if I come here, let me just look for the header. One thing I have to fix in the header, I think even in the footer. So I'm just going to say parent to empty, and even this one, we just say parent. So it doesn't have any folder it is located in. Okay, so if I just hover now, you can see dashboard categories. So just try to create a sample category, maybe electronics. And I just want also to redirect. After creating, let me just push. And even this one, I'm pushing. So I'm just going to put here electronics. These are electronics. Okay. Then the image, let's first leave it like that. Save. Okay, so we have here related to the categories, we have some errors. Let's go to that page. So on the page, first of all, we have get categories. I'm just going to first remove this. So we have get all categories. Okay. And this, let's also first see what we are getting. We need to add the image, which is here. And we also have to pay attention to this, which can come later. So you can see electronics should just also bring the image. Okay, so you can see electronics and this. Okay. We can just create another one. So let's just create. I'm just going to create another one, which is computers. These are computers. This one you can now choose an image to confirm that this works. I mean, I don't have any image for a computer. Let me add that. Okay, so save. Okay, so we have the computers there. So the search should be working. Electronics. Okay, computers. So you can see the search works. The filter, of course, if you just say they will be all working, you just say today because like they are for today. Okay, so here that's really great. So we have everything working. You could also fix these two, for instance, the edit. So if I just do the edit, this was see here, dashboard categories update. Let's see if we have some errors. And this form is the one we are putting is to guide you. Okay, so you just need to create another folder here called update. And then in this update, you're just going to put so this should just have like ID, I guess. Okay. So if we're just creating a new file, it will be ID slash page.tsx. Okay, so within this one, we can put exact same thing here. Only we have to pass in the initial data. So you can just get here const category is equal to. So here we have to get the params. And in these params, you can destructure the ID. And then let's go ahead. Just give these types. So is a await get category by ID. Get category by get category. Okay, so we could just go and see this. If we have this function, we don't actually have this function. Let's go and add this function here. And you can just go under action. Let's just put get a category by ID. Okay. So just going to use this and update get category by ID and this person ID and make this a sync. And then here, this person initial data as category. Okay, so this should just like work out. In the category, you have DB done several times. Let's go and check. Okay, so you can see we have this. Let's try to update this. Update it, save. Now there is something not right. It's supposed to be like so. See, so it has created a new one. which shouldn't be right. Let me just go to the form. Category form. So we have update. And here we just have to pass in also the editing ID. So we didn't pass in the editing ID. So here, let's pass in the editing ID. So editing ID is ID. Okay. So now we could first delete one of these ones. Let me try to delete. I'm not sure if this can work. Let's see it in the action column. And we say if the model is category, delete by category ID. Should be having it working. I don't know why. Let's first see the model. The model passed here. Property title does not exist. So let's first see here. So action has a row, model, edit, and ID. You say this is the model. I just say pass in category, and then another error. Property rev path is missing. Where we're using the rev. Here we have also the ref path. And where are we using this? Okay, so let me just try here. Okay, so just try delete this. Okay, it's gone. Okay, so just go and try edit. Okay, so it should just be showing update category, as you can see here. If I just update, okay, you can see like updated. Okay, so this is really nice. So far we have all the form inputs inside here. So the only thing that is remaining is we need to add in authentication. Okay, and authentication you're going to add. So we just need to create these the login page, and so I will just come here in the home. Okay, so you can just come here in the home here, and then you add your uh, your authentication pages, right? So if you look in this I might just like have let me just see inventory. So the login page is going to be like this. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is create the class for these ones. So what I will just to do is I will get forms. Okay, so let's add in authentication. So we're just going to first add in the authentication pages. So I'll create, I will just go ahead and create, I will just go ahead and create here within the home. I will create in another group, which is going to be auth. So just going to put our authentication pages within this group. So mainly look at to the login plus the just create inside here. Just going to create in login and register. So you can just create like all other pages, forgot password and others. I think I will just like maybe add those ones in the another version. Okay, but then I just want to add login and register. Okay, so let's just start with register. So when you go back to this side of the documentation, there is where you're going to scroll. It is authentication pages here, and you can see all the pages you can create for get, login, register. Now let's start with the register page. So for the page, let's copy this and go to let's go to register, and inside here let's create page the tsx paste here. So you can see that in this there is this register form component. So I'll go ahead and create on the component and copy and create this register the register form. So I will go to where we have forms, we have down here, let me just scroll. Inside the forms here, let's just create register form.tsx and let's put this. So you can look at the inputs and we can just get what we need from this. As you can see, we have form submit, password input, text input. So I'm just going to remove all these things here. Now, if you check also in our schema, we can just look at the user. Do we have a user? So we have a user here, basically. So I'll just take some of these things, name. You can just say go ahead and add in more things on this schema. For instance, you can say first name, last name, all that information. If you want to add it, this is the base point to add in that. If you want to add in the first name, last name, okay. We can also first determine from the form, register form. Let's look at the things we have here. First name, for instance, last name, phone, email, and then password. Okay, so we just add those ones. So in this, we're just going to add in three things, I guess. The name, email. So within this, I'm just going to add in two things. First of all, the first name, last name, and then you can just come here and add phone, just like this. So these three inputs, they are very crucial. So after this, then I can just go ahead and we have token, which I'm just going to make. We might not generate this token, so I'm just going to make it not required. Okay. Password is okay. Image. Image is not going to be, so that is something you can update later on. So I'm just going to copy some of these things here to create the, so I'm just going to go types, and we can just go ahead and create user props. I'm just going to paste in some of these, name, which is a string. Okay, so I'm just going to add the string here. So copy this, a string, last name string, okay, image string. So yes, some of this image string. So I'm also going to remove this image, and then the role, also remove it, and then here password. Okay, so we have the user props, and let's go here to register. First passing those we have also the image. So I'm just going to say image. Let's add or import these user props. Okay. We can just add in the image. which we have, I guess, types. Let's add in the image, which is a string. Okay. We don't have status. I think we should just consider adding status. So you can add the status here, and you can just say add default. It's going to be a boolean, and then like add default. Then you just say maybe true, just like this. Okay. You don't need to pass in the status here. Then the role, just also going to remove this. Yes, we will just look at those actions. Just bring in this text input, password input. Okay, so did we create the password input? In the inputs we have here, I think we didn't create the password input. Let me just go back here to reusable components, and I'm just going to check for password. Seems like we don't have the password input. So I will add the password input, but let me get it. Okay, so I've created the password input, which is here. So I will go back here and import the password input. Then the submit button. I will put the password input in the docs. So the register seems like to have now one error, which is having these actions for creating a user. But apart from that, we should be good to go. So if we just go back here and let's go and visit the register page. Okay, we have here in the page. Let's go to in the register page. We have some problems here. Let's remove all unnecessary things, import this. And then let's go to the register form and add use client. So on top here, use a client. Okay. So according to how it looks, I'm just going to modify it a little bit. Okay. So what I'm just going to do instead, I just going to move this auth out of this home. Okay. I'm just going to move this in so that it be its own it uses its different layout. Let me stop this up a bit. Okay. I don't want it to have the surface as we added this to, I just want it to be white. Okay. I don't like this. So I can also create for it, maybe if I wanted, I can create for it also a layout file, the tsx rfc, and then here this is like auth layout. You can say children. Okay. Just like this. So have, if I refresh, we should just have okay, so you can see this. So we would want to also to gauge the location, so you can just go in this layout from the home layout here. It is very okay to pass in this site header and the site. In fact, let me just copy exactly the way it is and paste it in here. I'm just going to simply remove a couple of things, more especially this background that we used, this one here. I'm just not going to use it. Okay. Yeah. So just going to leave it just like this. So now we should just have like a footer and a header, just like so. So also to preserve some space, because we need to add also the Google login. Okay, so either we could just like apply tabs, or we just have to join these like email and the phone. We join them on the same line, similar the way we did to these. We're going to do that. So go back to the register form. So you can see here we have this grid. Okay, we have this grid. I will copy this grid down here, and I will transform these two. Okay, just copy like that. And let me go ahead and put it in this. So remove this and also this, paste these ones. Now for the purposes of wait a second. Okay, so these two I will just simply put them in the same, just like this. Okay, so we should just now have a different 8-bit layout, as you can see, phone and the email, and then we have the password here. So we just need to put in down here where someone can log in using Google. Okay, someone can use Google. So down last year, I think, I don't know if that is like below this form. Okay, I'm just going to put in a flex, flex here. I will put in a height of 1 pixel. Just going to do this. Here we'll put O, and then here I will just give this uppercase items center. Okay. Okay, so we have the O. Okay, I just add padding top of 4. Okay, so this we're just going to give it width is full and also width is full. Okay, so we have the O. So you can just like bring in the button. Okay, I'm just going to give a button. So after this, I'm just going to bring in a button. Okay, and you can just give it for maybe Google or something. Okay, for Google, just like this. Okay, so you're just going to say like, login with Google. I'm just going to give this a variant of outline. Okay, so you can see here. Let's go ahead and give class name margin right 2. So width is 6, height 6, and the maybe text red 500. Okay. We could just like put 2 of them, even with maybe GitHub. So I'm just going to put flex. Okay. And this one we can just say for GitHub. And this one should be slate now. Login with GitHub. Let's look at this. Okay, so you see you have also this GitHub, and I just give maybe a class name of with this full, also down here, and then I'm just going to give here space X of 4 maybe. Okay, so you can see we have now modified the login, the sign up. I think this is sign up, not login. Sign up. Okay, so you can sign up with this or that, and to this here, let's make it padding Y instead of padding top. Okay, so this is great. Then down here is where we have already have an account. Just log in. I'm just going to do this text left. I'm just going to, don't want it to be text. So just go here, just like so. Already registered, just log in. Okay, so just go ahead and work on login. So just go switch and go to login. And I'm just going to go back here to the documentation on reusable, where we have the authentication pages. Okay, let me just look for where this is. Can go back. Authentication pages. There is where we have login. I'm just going to start by creating page in. So go up here, login. Just create page the tsx, and let's go ahead and create also the login component. So just where we have register, we just also create the login the login form .tsx. Paste this. So I will go below and also add those sign in with Google. So I will first add all. So I will just add in these two, copy these and bring them below the form. Let's import the button. Let's bring in Google and then GitHub from React icons. Okay, so let's go back to this page on the login page. Let's just add this session is going to be equal to null right now. Okay, let's go to the login form and see. First, we'll import the inputs. Let's look up here. Text input, password input, and the login props. Just going to remove these ones, and then you should go ahead and create login props in the types. Just duplicate these ones and let's create login props. The login, you have email and password, I guess. You have email and password. Okay. So bring in the inputs and the password inputs, and then the button. Okay. Great. So let's just go and try the login page here. Okay, so in the login form, let's put on top here, I'm just going to put use client. Okay, so you can see this is how it looks like. Okay. If you wanted, you could just like put some padding onto this, but I think this is okay. Where you have also Google with this here. Okay, can just use Google or use GitHub, and also has the sign up. So we have the two pages. Now what we want to do is really make them work. Now for creating an account with this one, we're just going to follow also the authentication part. Okay. Okay, so let's just go ahead and add one more action. So here I will just add an action for users dot tsx. Okay, ts, and you can just copy this upper part here. Yes, and we can just paste it here. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the action for creating a new user. So just go to reusable functions here in the doc under actions and scroll down. This is where we're going to see create a user. So just going to copy this and let's add it here. Okay, create user. We can import the user props. Okay, so this has to be image. We don't need to have role, and also we don't need the status. Okay, so we need to install some things like bcrypt. So I'm just going to say copy this. You can just go in the browser. I'm just going to say bcrypt npm. So you can see when you're installing bcrypt, it has here this. You have also to install the this package has TypeScript declaration by. So you have to install also the types. So we'll first install bcrypt itself. So you can install here. Is this where the server is running? And just go here. Let's install bcrypt. Then after that, you click on this. Just click on this DT, and this one will take you to the bcrypt types, and the types are here. Just go ahead and store so the types. Okay, now here where we have bcrypt, you can just go ahead and import bcrypt from bcrypt. I will just drop this. So just go here and say import bcrypt from bcrypt. Okay, just like this. Then this is going to be db. Okay, so we hash receive all this data, and then we just get the first check if this user exists. If he exists, we return back this. Okay, and then here we can just say new user. It's going to be db dot user, and then here for the email password, we don't have anywhere the plain password. Let's remove that. First name, last name. Now we had not pushed. That's why you see this last name has a squiggly line, and also the status, we don't need it. This is going to be the image, and draw ID. Meanwhile, let me first push. I'm just going to first push so that, so go to the server here. Let's stop it and let's say npx prisma db push and npm run dev. Okay, so roar, remove it. So we have the email, password, first name, last name, phone, and image. And then here we're just going to, you could revalidate whatever you are putting the users. So if we are putting the users in the app, so we could just like revalidate and we pass in all this like so. So this one is going to be registering the user, okay, using the credentials. So okay, so I just need sign up. Okay, before we work on the login, we can test if this works. We go back to register form and make sure we have no errors, because they create user. So we have yes on submit, it creates the name, the image, and then we can just get this create user. Okay, and you can see here everything is okay. Okay, yeah, so let's just go and create a user and see if everything is okay. So go back, I'm just going to refresh. And then I will also just like modify, of course, these links later on. Right now, let's just try to fill in. I'm just going to use a different email. This one, password. Now, we can just like try. If you try a password that is not strong, but you just try a easy one like login at 2024. Okay, so we just want to sign up. Seems nothing is happening with this. Okay, let's go and check if everything. So we have handle submit. We have the first name, last name, phone, email, and then the password. So everything seems okay. I'm wondering why. Loading here is there. I just see why is this not okay. I did not click, so okay. We have not configured, I think, the React. Let's first wait. Okay, I could just like probably look at if there's any errors or something. As we said, we get this information. Well, we are sending it to create user. Now for the toast, I don't know if we have configured the toast. Let me just go to, I'm just going to go to the master layout, this one, and let's go ahead and add the React hook toast. So you can install npm install React hot toast. So you can just like you can install this package, and then here somewhere you need to add a toaster. Okay, like this. Now this toaster takes in some things. React. Let me see. So it takes in position. Okay. Just like this. Okay. I'm just going to here. I don't know what is happening. We can also check on the console here if we have any errors. Okay, I'm just going to feed in one more time using a fake filler. Let's go ahead and register. Okay, something went wrong. So we'd want to know where are we getting stuck. In the users, we have some problem. Let's first get this revalidate path. I don't know if that is the problem for sure. Let's also console the new user to see, refresh. Let's do fake field, register. So account created, and we route to the login. Okay. So I just want to work on the login right now. So let's just go ahead and create a user that we are going to understand. I'm just going to create my names here, but I will use a different email. This one. Password, I'm just going to use login 2024, create. Okay, so you can see this, the email is here, the email already in use. Let me first see here. I need to add this error just down in the row register. Let me go to where this error is, which is here. I'm just going to give margin top of 2. Okay. Email with user with this already exists, so we just like make it short. We say email already exists. So Control P, use, let me just change this error here. Email already exists. Okay, great. So I'm just going to go ahead and use another email for this case. I'm just going to use just use JB at this is hub, and I'm just going to sign up. Okay, so let's have on the login. So go back to the documentation here. Let's go for authentication and authorization. We already have Prisma installed on Prisma client. We already have this initiated. We have already. So you make sure if you're just going to use, if you're going to use different providers like Google, GitHub, you must make sure you have this, the account plus the session. You need to have these ones, and then that's why you see they are connected. They must be connected to the user. So next, what's behind the scenes is going to, if someone uses another one, is going to still register them in the user. Great. So we already have those ones. We already have great that we already have registration working. Registration server action, you can see it is here. Email, if you want to add the email, I'm not sending the code. Verify account, you can see all these pages are here. Create the component. Okay, since we have many things. Okay, so these things starts from here. You install next auth, and most importantly, you also install this auth provider. Okay, so I'm just going to say this npm install. So I'm just going to go down here, npm install this auth provider, and here, by the way, we can remove this console. So just going to install the auth Prisma adapter. Okay, and then let's create this app API auth, and then inside it we're just going to put this. Okay, so let me just go and create this in the API. Okay, you need to create in a folder for auth. Inside this folder, we're just going to create a catch or route. So create another folder called this, and then inside this one, let's put .ts, just like this. Okay, and in this one, we're just going to add this code here. Okay, just like this. So this one is going to be capturing. So we need to create these auth options, maybe under the config auth, wherever you want to put that. So I can just go and create a config folder if we don't already have it. A new folder, I'm just going to say auth. config, and then inside the config, I'm just going to create the auth options, or you can just say create auth.ts, and inside this we can just add the code here, just like this. So here we're just going to see the things we want to add in. So you can see here we have some other providers. Okay, here we need to bring this from this is going to be the DB. I'll just come here and say DB and import this from. Okay, so just going to bring in Google provider plus the, instead of the email provider will be Git, but that one later. Let's first work on one thing. Okay, for the providers, we'll see them like that. Okay, so credentials, we get the email and password and authorize. So we're just going to get this DB, get this, and then we get the user, the password. Okay, so here we just need to create a user we need. So here we just see we are adding only this name. So we just need to add in more things. For instance, the image is going to be existing user dot, as you can see, image. We need to add in other things. For instance, first name. So I'm just going to add here first name, and this is going to be last name. A minute, last name, and then finally the phone. So just going to add the phone. Okay, so we are adding more details, of course, including the role. Okay, so you have the name, first name, last name, phone. These, so you just like populate this in the user, and you're just going to return this user here. Okay, so this is the user who's going to enter the token and enter also the session. So if you want to add any more values, you have to come and edit within this space. So going down here, we just going to come here in the callback. I don't know if we really need this, but just going to add the DB. Okay. Even here, I'm just going to go and add in all these details. So we'll add in the way we added them inside here is similarly how I'm just going to add them, more especially these three. Okay. So here I'm just going to add in all these. Okay, so in the token DB user, okay. We're just going to, we are getting it with where email is token.email. Okay. And then we get the user in the JWT. Then we return all these details. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to go here. So for this session, we're just going to add the same things, add these three ones. Just down here. So these are going to be session dot, okay, session date last name, so dot user actually, so we are adding all these on the session user like this. And as you can see, like the role, first name, last name, phone, they are not there, and we are getting these ones from the token. Let me just do this, and then this token. Okay, so we need to add ID, role, first name to the session user. Like we have to modify the session user and then add these. Okay, so to do that, we need to create, if you continue, you will see that you have to update the Next.js types for the token and session. So create this file called next.auth.d.ts. So you can just come here and create this new file, next.auth.d.ts. It has to be named like that. And let's add this. Okay, let's start with the JWT. In this, we have added ID, role, and we have just added also a bunch of things. So that's why you can see, for instance, we need to add this, this, and this. Those three things, we can just go ahead and add them here in this. Just go here in the session user, and we can just add in this. Okay, so for instance, this can be string, I guess. Last name is a string, and then phone is also a string. Okay, so if you just go back this side, you see that all the errors are gone. We have only one error somewhere. Just make sure that okay, and then just like this, first name string. Just wait. Session unknown is not assignable type string, so we have to in the session to add in these ones. I think we can also just add them in this. I'm not so sure if we need to add them in the token. Okay, I'm not so sure if you need to add them on the token. Now this side, still not sure why the types. Okay, so now we are good. Okay, so this is how you return the whole entire session. You have to add this here, and I think this should just also work for Google, email and Google, but we shall just check that in a second. Let's first finish with this. So having done that, we need to create the session to be able to use the session. So in the component, I don't know if you just like do in the component. In the components, okay, let's just go ahead and create like another component here, providers. Okay, dot rc. So we just want to have this also have access to children is of type React Node. Okay, I'm just going to come here and I say session provider. I guess just like this, and then here I'm just going to pass in children, and that should be it. Just go and wrap this session provider within the layout. So where we have children here, I just going to wrap the providers. Okay, just like this. So this should be able to log in the user. So what we just need is to really capture the actual session. For instance, in this, let's go ahead and import auth options. Okay, I'm just going to switch to like the header in the home layout. So where we're getting this session, I'm just going to pass in the actual session, like await get server session, and let's pass in the auth options. Just like this, make this a async function. So after having this, I just need to pass this into the header where we are doing all other things. Okay, we can't just go here. I don't know what's wrong with login. Context is unavailable in server components. Okay, so let's just go to the login. Actually, the login page, I guess. Okay, I'm just going to say await get server session. Let's pass in auth options. Okay, so we still have issues with the login session provider. This is coming from providers. Okay, so we just have to pass in, I think, session. The way pass in session, I'm just going to go to next auth session provider. So you have to pass in the session. Okay, so we really need to pass in the session. Just a second. Just go to do we have session provider? Okay, so here you just have to pass in. I'm saying you have to pass in for some reason. You need to pass in session. So where do I get where do I get session? Okay, I'm not overthink. Let me just see it here. Components, providers. Okay, so session, it is nothing you need actually to pass in. You just simply pass in session provider, as simple as that. Okay. There is no need of passing in anything here. Make sure that you say this is use client. I think that's the only thing we didn't put. Use client. Okay. So this should just now work. Okay. So I'm just going to refresh this and I'm going to try to log in with JB. Login 2024. Should just like sign in. Login successful. Okay, so you can see it just goes to the dashboard. So this is good. If I go back to the home page, okay, okay, you have to change this. Okay, if it is a logged in user, we have to like sort of like an avatar. So moving to the site header component, which has the session. Okay, has the session. Uh, so there is this authenticated avatar where we're just like passing in this. And you wonder why is not showing that. Okay. At this point, if I just try to go to the login, it seems the session is not there. Okay, so we can't just like try to get the session because the session is still not really as such. Let's just go here. Because if it was there, then this would have redirected. Okay, so how am I going to know that session is there? So just go to the any of these pages like this one. So I'm going to go ahead and say const session is equal to await get server session. Let's first get this server session. Let's pass in the auth options. Make this a sync. Okay, so let's just go ahead and console.log session dot user. Okay, so I will just go ahead to the here. Let me refresh and go to okay. So here we have Okay, there is JW session error. As you can see, description operation. Okay, so there are some other things we just need to do, more especially with the environmental variables. I think, I don't know why I forgot. If you just go back to this, uh, if you go back to this, in your env, you need the next auth URL, next auth they create. At least you need those ones. So let's go ahead is in the env. Okay, so down here I'm just going to put this next auth URL and next auth secret, because JWT uses this secret to confirm your details. Okay, so I'm just going to now, don't know how I'm going to log out, but I can check. You can just go ahead and go to application, and we can just go to cookies. So these are saved as cookies, and you can just click on this, and I'm just going to simply clear everything here, hoping that that would mean that we have logged out. They just go back to the login this time. Okay, let me just go back to the cost 3000, and now you can see that we have this logged in person. Okay, great. So this is good. Okay, we have the logged in person. Now we have done using this. Of course, if you just go back here now on the console, you should be able to see the details of the session, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so this is the previous one. So you can just select the details of this user here. Okay, like the name, this. Okay, let's just see the details we can get here and see them very well. I'm just going to use client for a second here. So I'm just going to use in the page, here where we have this session. I'm just going to turn this into, I'm just going to use the const. So let me just get this from that session is equal to use session hook. And if you use this session hook, this is always on the client. So I'm just going to make this use client. I will put it back. So we want to look at the user details we have in the session. I will just go back here in the console. Let's refresh the page. Okay, I'm just going to look at this user. Okay, so you have all the details: email, first name, ID, image, last name, and all these things. Okay, great. You can just like refresh. I'm just going to go ahead with this, so I don't need this anyways. And also I'm just going to remove use client. Okay. That is done. I have all the details. Now what I'm wondering is why is not showing the image here, because we have the image. You could also go to site. So while we have this authenticated avatar, we have to pass in the image here. So the image is from the session. So it is like session dot user dot image. Okay. And if this is not there, just make it like this. The auth is going to be session dot user dot name. Okay, so that's it. Okay, now for the logout button, should be now working. Authenticated here. Why is it showing error? It's just because here we can pass in this also. So if you save this, we should just see the image of the user here. Okay, great. We can see the logged in user, and that is amazing. So I just like log out. And by the way, if you try to go to the login right now, like login, you see it will just redirect you to the dashboard. So I'm just going to now handle, just going to log out. Okay, so just like handle now, going to using Google, you're just going to go to create account. So we need to configure our app if we are going to use Google. So we start from the auth options. Okay, here. So the first thing we have to do, I guess, is instead of this email provider, we're just going to use this. Okay, and in this Google provider, like this, and then we have this email provider. So we don't need the email provider, we just want the the, the GitHub. So we just go and to the providers and can just click on GitHub. Okay, just GitHub. So providers has to be this. Just copy this, and where there is email provider, I'm just going to put GitHub here. Okay, and you can just import this. You can just import this. Import GitHub from Auth, just like this. Copy that. So where we have this, I'm just going to remove this and put GitHub. Great. Now we have this client ID and this. So we need to also do like this. So you can either just like do and prefix them with, if they don't exist, put a string here and also put a string here, just like this. Now we need to get all these for Google Client ID, Google Client Secret, GitHub ID, GitHub Secret. So that's the first thing we need to do. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and try to get all these. Let's start with GitHub. So I need to create all these things here. This, 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 plus this. Control C. I will just go to the MV and let's put all these just here. So we need to get these. We need to get these. Let's start with GitHub, sorry. First of all, you have to go to your GitHub. So on your GitHub, you need to go, I think, to settings. And then from the settings, you need to go to you have to go to developer settings. So from developer settings, you have to go to Auth apps. Okay, so you have some apps here. You just click here, new Auth app. Just wait. You have to click on this. Yeah, I think just click on new Auth app. And let me just create here Next.js starter kit. Next.js starter kit. This homepage URL is going to be localhost 3000. So you could also just, by the way, go to this. I think they give you some of the things, how to configure them, documentation. I don't know if this is just like the good documentation for helping you set it up. Uh, okay. I don't think we need this. Okay, let's just like go ahead and the options that comes with this. We shall just look at this in a second, but let me just go back to my app and copy localhost 3000. This like that. Application description. This is a Next.js starter kit. Now we have this authorization callback. Okay. So I think this one we need. Let's see here. Do they talk about authorization callback? I don't know why there is no any documentation that is so fake like this one. So you can see their docs. So I think it has to be the way you see on this. There is what they have also like this auth callback. I don't know. I think I had a PowerPoint. Let me just search here. I will also, I don't know if I will link to that PowerPoint. Uh, GitHub. Okay, so I had this where you got the settings, create. So here you see here you have to put the under authorization, you have to put API auth callback GitHub. So that is very important, by the way. API auth. So you have to put API and just close this. I'm just going to go here and just say localhost 3000 API auth callback and then GitHub. Just read this. API auth callback GitHub. I have here is exactly API auth callback GitHub. Okay, so just to register the app. So when you register the app, they will give you the client ID. So you can first copy this, copy the client ID, Control C, go back here, GitHub client ID. So GitHub ID. I don't know why I don't have it as GitHub client ID. I'm just going to say GitHub client ID, GitHub client, and GitHub secret. Go client secret. Okay, Google. So it looks like it has two. GitHub client ID. I'm just going to paste this. Just got a GitHub secret. So to generate the secret, it is here. Generate the secret. You have to pass in your password. So I'm just going to go and get the secret. Okay, I've gotten the credentials I want. You could even just go ahead and add more things here, like the logo if you want that will be shown. For now, I will just leave it like this. I will destroy this app afterwards. So yeah. So after doing those ones, let's go to now we have gotten for these. Now I just need to go and get for Google. And before I forget, let me copy this and take it in Auth options where we have this Google Client ID and GitHub secret. Okay, I'm just going to go right now and also get for these ones. So to get for Google, you need to go to Google uh, Google Cloud Console, Cloud Console. Okay. Okay, so you need to go to this Cloud Console first. You have to create a project if you are on this. You can say I have a lot of projects here. Just going to say new project. Okay, request. I think I reached the limit. Can I delete some of these ones? For instance, if I want to delete a project, how do I delete one? Like this, my first project. I don't know how I can delete my project. Hmm. I need to delete my project because I have passed the limits. Okay. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is simply use another, I'm just going to use another Google account instead. So I'm just going to Brave. So I have another account here signed in. I will just go to Google. Uh, it was Google Console. So I'm just going to say Google Cloud Console, Google Cloud. So I'll just use another account instead. So just go to this. Okay, so you can see like this one, I new project. I think I have one. Create a new one. I'm just going to create Next.js starter kit. Organizations, I don't think you need to have. Create. Okay, so a project, we just wait a second, create project. Okay, so I've created this project. Select the project. So right now you make sure that here the selected project here is the one you have just created. So after doing that, we can just click on this, then click on, you just click on API and services. Okay, can click on this. And then you can click on credentials. Okay, so you just click on create credentials. And now here you select all. Now, if you haven't created the consent screen, they will bring you here to create. You must configure the consent screen. Just go to the consent screen. Okay. Here you choose I think here you choose external. You say only available to users within your organization. So you just choose external, create. Okay, create. App name is going to be Next.js Starter Kit. User support email. I'll just use this one. You can upload the logo, and then you can add all these ones, which are like not as such required. You need to put the developer contact information, which is the same email that is here. This is hub. I will just copy this. Really, okay. I'll just copy this. And this is hub.info. So even this, I'm just going to remove this. It has to be this is hub.info at gmail.com. Okay. Then save and continue. Now for this, you don't need to add the domain. Just save and continue. Okay. Just scroll down, save and continue. There's nothing you need to do here. Then here, you don't need to do anything here. So just save. And here they give you all the information you have done. So we are done with the consent screen. You can go back to the dashboard. You can route back the dashboard or just click on credentials and then create credentials and for OAuth 0. Application type is web application. Then here add URI. You have to add your localhost. So here you can see for this one is here. You can add your localhost. Okay, here you add localhost 3000. That is your app, and then authorize it. Add the same with API auth callback Google, and then after that create. And now they give you the client ID. So copy this and let's go to the MV and let's populate client ID and then the client secret. Okay, this I'm just going to go and put it in here just like this. Okay, great. So I have all those ones now. After you have added those, now we should be able to configure the auth options. Sorry, we should be able to configure this here. So by only putting that is enough. Now we just need to call the functions. Okay, we need to call the functions. So let me just go to the login, like login form. So we just need to create like two functions, for instance, here where we have the Google. So on this button, say on click, you need to invoke a sign-in function, right? So you could just say like invoke sign-in, I think. Sign in, and then we pass in the, for instance, Google, I guess. Similarly to GitHub. So I'm just going to do this. And here you pass in GitHub. Okay. Let's just go add these two buttons exactly the way they are in the register. In the register down here. Okay, so let's just import the sign-in function. Okay, let's just try this out. So right now, I'm just going to do this. Okay, click on this, and yeah, so we have brought this images, and you can see continue to sign into Next.js starter kit, the name of the app, and okay. So after the login, I don't know what has happened, but we have been redirected here. Let's just go and try one more time. Okay, Next.js already has some access, C3 services that access to. Okay, I don't know what this is all about, but just continue. So we are back to the login. Something is not working properly, right? So what is not working? Because the session is not being created, right? Okay. I believe the problem comes from the auth. I think the problem comes from this side on the JWT function. Okay. Also, we can also first check also in the database if these people are being registered. NPX Prisma Studio. Just want to go and check on the users. Yeah, so you can select, wait, there is no any user. Okay. No any user. So, okay, so for a second, I need to configure something to do is the JWT here. Just for a second. Okay, so we're adding the authentication and we're on part of adding Google Auth. So if I click on login, I go to create account just like this. Okay, so or I go to sign up. They are the same things. Okay, whether you go to this or you go to the create account, they're the same. So when you just click onto this, I first had to pause the video and I do some research. So the first thing first is that you will have to first modify your password. We're just going to see the reason why, but let's just go to the config these OS options here. So the first thing is to modify is to make sure, of course, you have your adapter working very well. This is very important, by the way. This Prism adapter here is very important. So under GitHub, you will see I've added this profile. Okay, I've added this profile, and the purpose of this profile is to create a uniform user according to how it is in the schema. So you have this user in the schema was first name, last name, phone, and everything like this. So this profile function, its purpose is to be able to this profile function is to be able to create a user. So after getting these details, Prisma is going to use this adapter and to go ahead and create behind the scenes a user in the DB. Okay, so for the profile, GitHub profile, this is how you get the ID. You get from profile.id, then the name is profile.name or profile.login, then first name, last name, phone, image, and email, and then the role, which is the thing you put user. Okay, and then the same thing you do in the GitHub, we pass in this profile, we have the ID, name, family name, and by the way, for this, the name we concatenate the given name and the family name. And then for the first name, of course, and then the last name, the phone number, we leave it empty. The image is the profile picture, and then the email like this. So it's the first modification you have to do. You have to add this profile callback function in the both of the Google provider and the GitHub provider. After leaving that, scroll down to where we had the JWT. So the JWT, we just check if the user exists, if the user is there, and then we populate the token with the user details. And this user who enters here is actually this user here. Okay, so this user common is fully packed with the is the user that we created in the profile. This is for credentials. The user that we created here in the profile is actually the user who enters this here. So he comes when he's fully packed with the details, and we get all those details in the user, we populate them in the token. Now, one problem that of course you face while this is trying to create a user here. So remember, this is going to run the create function according to the Prisma user. So here, that's why you need to make sure that the password is made not mandatory. So you just have to edit this and make it not required. So going back this side, we have also this going down here in the callbacks, and then we have the session. And then so in the session, we get the token, and then we populate all the things in the token, we populate them in the user. Okay, so if you do that, you will get a lot of errors, more especially when you add role, first name, last name, and phone. Even here in the token, you will get some errors. Let me first clear this. So what you have to do is going to this file here we created, where we can modify this one. You have to modify not this one. You have to modify three things. The first one is the JWT. So we add the ID, role, first name, last name, and the phone number. we have to modify the session user, and you add also this, the ID role first name user, and we just say this is going to be the default session. And then lastly, we also do this. Now this one is actually the Prisma adapter user, this user here. So you have also to add these three. So you just make modification in 3 areas. After making that, then you'll have no any errors. Okay, so let's just go ahead and test out this. I'm just going to, I'm on the login. Let's go ahead and click with Google. Okay, and I'm just going to choose this one. I will scroll, say continue. Okay, so you can see right now I've been redirected to the dashboard. If I just go back, localhost, I have my details here and my image, and I have all the details. Okay, so let's try GitHub. I'm just going to log out. And by the way, if you check the users, so let's just go here on the terminal. So on the terminal, I'm just going to go here and say npx. I'm just going to first stop this. npx Prisma Studio. So you can check that these users are being created. Okay, so you can see, for instance, this ID, this one. I can refresh. Okay, so we have this. So you can see here the last one, JB web developer here, and they have been created. And if you just check in the accounts, this is also in the accounts. Okay, so you see you have 2 accounts from Google. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and log out and use, so just going to log out. I'm just going to log in. This time I'm just going to use GitHub. I don't know if it has the same email. What is going to happen? What happened? I think also like the same. I'm using the same account for this GitHub. Let me see the error here. Might be having like an error. Okay, so account not linked. Okay, so this. Okay, I think you're supposed to pass in. Let me first pass in here. If I have this error, okay. That means like here you can see here that error typically occurs when a user tries to sign in with provider like Google GitHub, but the email associated with account already linked to another sign-in method. Okay. Next also requires that the same email address is used to link account, but it won't link them automatically. So I think we have to pass in there is where we are supposed to have custom sign in. There is where they place dangerous something. I just want to. There is what they say dangerous email, I think, linking next or Google. This is what they used to say that you can say you said so the email I'm trying to use in this, okay, the in other words, the problem is I'm trying to use my GitHub, which already has an account. Okay, that's the problem. That the G. What I can do actually, I'm just going to go to Prisma here. I will delete. I will have to delete one of these. How do I Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and delete these two. Delete accounts. I will go ahead and also delete these two users. Delete this and this one. Delete. Okay, after deleting these ones, now let me go refresh the page. I can first go to create account and say GitHub. Just here. Let's say GitHub. Okay, what is happening? GitHub seems not to be working. Let me check on this. Here it is showing me the user is paying. Like if I just go to localhost 3000, the user is already there actually. So this is from GitHub. Okay, it has already logged in the user. Okay, yeah, so it is now working. Also, to complete this, I'm just going to make some changes, a few changes. Let me go to like Next.js, Next.js, Next.js. Okay, so I want to put some of the links. Um, okay, I just want to use these links here. I want to change a little bit the links. Let me go to Control P. I'm just going to go to the site header. I'm just going to change the links here. So the first one is going to be product solutions product. Then solutions. Then solutions. Then here I'm just going to go ahead like resources. Here resources. Then like docs. Finally, I'm just going to put pricing. So here you say pricing. Okay, great. So the logout, I need to now add this logout wherever it is supposed to be. Login. Where is logout? Here you don't have anywhere logout. So if there is session, okay, there is dashboard. That is for the responsive, I guess. Okay, let's just check now. Uh, Reload. Okay, so you have this. Now, finally, I'm just going to add two pages. Okay, the one is the loader. Okay, the loader. If you go back to the documentation I created and you go to reusable, so here you just come here and you say reusable components. Down here, there is where we have loader. Okay, so I just want to introduce to you where we can use lottie. So you can just go to lottie here. Okay, so lottie files are like animations, pre-made animations that are really light that you can use in your application. For instance, I can just have here for the car, I guess. So you can just go ahead and find your lottie files here. You can put anything you want, loaders, and so on. So you can just come here and okay. So for instance, you can have the loaders just like this, and you can just use this loader in your app wherever you want. Okay. So let's say I want to use this. Click on it. Okay. Click on download. Okay. It need to be a free one. Make sure you look for the free one. Okay. You can only upload up to 10. I think I've already passed mine, I believe. Okay, so for instance, I have this one. So may have they give you a few. So I've already passed this. This account of mine has already passed, but it has already passed the free ones. So when you get this, you go ahead and download it. Okay, it will just download as a JSON. So go ahead and go to here, and it is what you call React Lottie. So there is Lottie, React Lottie, npm. There is this Lottie React. I think it is this Lottie React. Yeah, so this one is what you need to install to be able to use those animations. So just go ahead and click this. I'm just going to go here. I'm just going to add this. And I'm also going to my animation from other projects. So I will just go here, try to find, I'm just going to try to find some animations that I can use here. Okay, so I have animations. there is this loader.json and the same. Yeah. So I'm just going to copy this loader.json and let me just take it in my project. So right click and go to reveal. Go ahead and let's add this in. I just add it in the public like this. Okay, so now you can go back to documentation and here is this loader. You can copy this and just come here in the app. Let's create loading.js, loading.ts, x, and then inside let's add this. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so I have this and you can see I'm importing this lottie from Road React. Okay, I'm just importing this from Road React and you pass in the load animation, which is public loader.json. So you pass in the JSON file you downloaded. You can put in public folder and then you link to it. Then you pass it like this. So if I just go now in the app, I should just like have that loader animation. I don't know, let's go to the dashboard. So you can see I have the loader, however much is loading very fast, but I have the loader. Now the last one, you can just add also a 404 page. So I'm also create a 404 page from another project, I guess, 404. So in the app, not found. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this and then add it in this app, and then we can just say not found dot ts6. Okay, it should be just in the app, and then paste this. Okay, so we can test this out. The default export. Okay, I can just go to products. This page does not exist. Okay, so you can see like we have not found. It has an image. It is putting which is the 404.jpg. I'm going to go and get that fabric 404 image, this one. So let's just go and add it in the fabric. Add it in the fabric here. So now we should just have like the image. So you can't just like create any 404 you want. Okay, you can design it the way you want, and you can just say return to the home page. This returns to the home page just like this. Okay, yeah, so our kit right now has all the functionalities you may think of. It has authentication, it has everything we really need. Okay, so yeah, so it is something that I'm really happy about. It has a lot of amazing features really amazing about. So thank you so much for watching up to this time. I will see you in the next video.